what we've been having. But they only allow one mic, and I don't blame them. So. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, sounds great. But just yeah, that's cool. And I'll do a better check my levels and stuff like that because I'm sitting in I'm sitting one to two channel on this shotgun, and then the other is on my shotgun. All right, man. Thanks a lot. See ya. Yeah.
A tragedy on the Mississippi, a young mother executed
and her 2-day-old daughter allegedly thrown into the river.
Now the baby's father stands trial for double murder.
The Baby in the River murder trial, today, only on Court TV.
The brutal murders of 2 young girls.
Delphi is not one of those places where this would happen.
I killed Abby and Libby.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. Season premieres Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
much for being with us on this Tuesday morning. Welcome back to Court TV. Court TV Live, I'm Julie Grant. Covering a few different trials for you. I want to show you our trial tracker at this hour in Tennessee. We've got the Baby in the River murder trial kicking off today. Opening statements expected this afternoon. We will keep you posted when they begin. The defendant is Brandon Isabelle. This guy's accused of shooting his girlfriend and then throwing their 2-year-old baby into a nearby river. In Mississippi, we've got the opening statements expected in the plotting parents murder trial for this defendant, Jeffrey Spence. This guy is accused of killing his daughter's boyfriend. His wife, Karen Spence, was also charged, but she has since pleaded guilty. And in Iowa, we've got testimony resuming in the machete murder plot case of defendant Dakota Van Patten. We're waiting to go into the courtroom live because of some restrictions. While we wait, we're getting you caught up on key testimony. Next up, an investigator talking about victim Melody Hoffman's phone.
And to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying, at some point, Melody Hoffman's phone was manually connected to the Nord network?
Yes.
And at least once the password was entered?
Yes.
And then the option to automatically connect going forward was turned on?
Correct.
Now, you said that password 1132DLVP, correct?
Correct.
Can you remind us, Investigator Paulson, what Dakota Van Patten's middle name is?
Lyle.
So the initials DLVP would be consistent with Dakota Lyle Van Patten?
Yes.
Your Honor, if you'll clear my screen for just a moment, please. Investigator, on February 19th, did yourself and Investigator Peterson interview Dakota Van Patten at the Marion Police Department?
Yes.
And prior to that interview, was Dakota Van Patten's phone seized?
It was.
Can you tell us what type of phone he owned at that time?
A OnePlus Nord and 200.
So the same as what's shown in that Wi-Fi name?
Correct.
During the interview with Dakota Van Patten, did you ask him what the password was for his hotspot?
Yes.
And did he provide that with you?
He did.
Can you tell us what password he gave you?
1132DLVP.
And so just to confirm, was that the same password that you found inside of Melody Hoffman's phone?
It was.
And when he provided you with that password, was he or was he not in possession of his phone?
He was not in possession of his phone.
So that was a password he knew by memory?
Correct.
He didn't have to go into his phone to look it up and find out what it was?
Correct.
Did he also confirm the name of his Wi-Fi or his hotspot network?
Yes.
And what did he confirm that to be?
OnePlus Nord.
N200 5G?
Yes.
He gave you the whole thing?
I don't recall it was the whole thing. I know for sure he said it was OnePlus Nord.
So based on the information that you received in what we saw in Exhibit 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3, can you dumb down for us what all that information means to this investigation?
It shows that her phone was manually connected to a hotspot with the name of OnePlus Nord and 205G, and that it was set up to again auto-join that hotspot, and later did auto-join that hotspot.
So the hotspot would have been on Dakota Van Patten's phone?
Correct.
And Melody Hoffman's phone connected to Dakota Van Patten's hotspot?
Correct.
And the first time that it connected, if I'm reading Exhibit 16.3 correctly, was at 1:01 in the morning on February 18th of 2024.
Correct.
And then the toggle was hit to auto connect, right, on Melody's phone?
Yes.
And so from 16.3, am I reading it correctly that the last time Melody Hoffman's phone auto-connected to Dakota Van Patten's hotspot was at 2:52 a.m. on February 18th of 2024?
Correct.
Now, Investigator Paulson, did you also, during this investigation, become involved in collecting surveillance video from Quickstar?
I did.
And can you recall what the address of that Quickstar was?
1001 Blair's Ferry Road in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Your Honor, I'd like to republish the map, Exhibit 1.1, and that is up and ready for you when you are. Using the laser pointer, can you, Investigator Paulson, show us on this map where the Quickstar was that you were able to obtain surveillance video from? And that is on Blair's Ferry Road?
Correct.
Can you, if you'll clear my screen, please, Judge. Investigator Paulson, can you tell us what led you to be looking for surveillance video or evidence of the defendant and Louisma at that location?
During the interview with Louisma, he mentioned that they went to a Quickstar and that it was near Burger King. The Quickstar on Blair's Ferry is near Burger King, and it was near where they were seen on traffic camera footage.
Was there a specific time range that you were looking for during your inquiry and trying to find this surveillance video?
I requested from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m.
And would that have been February 18th, 2024?
Correct.
So just mere moments or minutes after that last auto connect on that hotspot?
Yes.
When you contacted the people at Quickstar, what other information did you provide to them to use in assistance with trying to find some of this footage?
I provided them that I was looking for a blue Honda Accord, provided a photo of blue Honda Accord from the Cedar Rapids traffic cameras. I told them I was looking for a skinnier white male and a heavier set black male.
And were you successful in obtaining footage from that company?
I was.
Did the people from over at Quickstar, did they also send you, prior to surveillance video, send you some still shots that they had taken off of their system?
They did.
And in the photos that you got, did those photos come from multiple camera angles within the store and the outside parking lot area?
Yes.
Was there any particular chronology to the order in which those photos were sent or time-stamped?
No.
So the order in which you received them is not suggesting that's the order that they proceeded through the store?
Correct.
After you got the still shots, did you also then receive actual surveillance video footage?
Yes.
And generally, can you tell us what the surveillance video footage showed you?
It shows the blue Honda Accord coming into the parking lot, and it contains two subjects in the vehicle. Two subjects getting out of the vehicle were Dakota Van Patten and McKinley Louisma. They enter Quickstar, make a purchase, use the restroom, and then leave.
Now, you mentioned that they made a purchase inside the store. Were you able to determine during your investigation what it was that Louisma and Van Patten purchased inside of this Quickstar?
They purchased cigarettes and cigars.
Do you have specific recollection of what type of cigars were purchased?
I believe the purchase was your sweets.
Okay. I'll show you an exhibit later that will contradict that. Did you also get some sort of a printout or at least a screenshot of a printout that did show the transaction that was made?
I did.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to publish exhibits 15.2 through 15.17 in no particular order.
Publishing now.
In 15.2, can you tell us just generally what we're seeing in this photograph?
The vehicle in the background is the previously mentioned blue Honda Accord entering the parking lot.
Can you tell us the date on this image?
It is February 18th, 2024 at 3:17 a.m.
3:17 a.m.?
Correct.
And can you use the laser pointer and point out for us specifically what we should be focused on in this exhibit? And that you believe to be the blue Honda Accord driven by Luisma?
Correct.
What are we seeing in 15.3?
It is a zoomed-in photograph of that video that is depicting two occupants of the vehicle.
And can you attempt using the laser pointer to show us where and how you're making a determination that there's two occupants in this vehicle?
The head of the driver here and the head of the front seat passenger here.
And are you familiar with both McKinley Luisma and Dakota Van Patten, at least to their appearance?
Yes.
From this angle, were you able to tell who the driver was?
McKinley Luisma.
And so the passenger then would be Dakota Van Patten?
Correct.
And is Dakota Van Patten the front seat passenger?
Yes.
Can you tell us the date and time stamp on this photo?
It is February 18th, 2024 at 3:17 a.m.
What about 15.4? What are we seeing in this photo?
We are seeing them entering the store.
And specifically the silhouette of a man in front of the right door, is that McKinley Luisma?
It is.
And what about 15.5?
You see McKinley Luisma and Dakota Van Patten with McKinley in front entering the store.
.6, what are we seeing here?
You're seeing Dakota Van Patten entering behind McKinley Luisma.
And just to be clear, the person whose hand is on the outside of the door still, is that Dakota Van Patten?
It is.
What does he appear to be wearing?
He's wearing a sweatshirt jacket and a black stocking cap.
15.7, what are we seeing here?
You're seeing McKinley Luisma.
I want to talk about his shirt a little bit. Can you tell us or describe for us what color the overall shirt is?
It is black.
And does there appear to be a rather large, bright logo in the middle of his chest area?
There is.
What does that logo say?
Techno Blade never dies.
Would you agree that that logo is pretty bright against a black sweatshirt?
It is.
.8, tell us what we see in this photo.
You are seeing the rear of the blue Honda Accord parked at the building.
And the blue Honda Accord, is that the blue Honda Accord that Luisma and Van Patten got out of when they parked?
It is.
15.9, tell us what we see in this photograph.
McKinley, Louisma, and Dakota Manhattan had encountered to the third remaining urges.
And 1510?
McKinley, Louisma, and Dakota Manhattan at
We know one of these individuals was already convicted by a jury, Mr. Louisma. Mr. Van Patten's before the jury right now. Both of their faces plain as day in this surveillance footage. I mean, it's remarkable to me how I see criminals time and time again. I saw it when I was a prosecutor. I see it every day in my job here at Court TV, how they think they're smarter than law enforcement officers. They think they'll never get caught. Claudia, we got you back. I'm happy to tell our audience. So we lost you there. If you'll just kind of pick back up and tell us a little bit more about some of the things that amaze you about these two individuals and their, as you put it so well, unconscionable behavior as the evidence is showing.
Absolutely. I think the digital evidence is going to be really key here because we see both of these defendants together through a lot of the digital evidence. And then with this particular defendant, we see that his phone connected or the victim's phone connected to his phone, the hotspot. There are also photos on his phone of him possibly wearing the victim's glasses after her murder, which is just absolutely unbelievable. And then we also had his friend who said he confessed to her. So I just think the evidence is overwhelming for this defendant, and I don't see his fate being any different than Louisma.
Right, Claudia, right. Perhaps my best educated guess is they probably had to go separately with trials because of adverse defenses with one another. And to your point, the evidence is still the same bad evidence against both of these guys. And I think you're exactly right. I think Mr. Van Patten's going to have the same fate as his buddy, Mr. Louisma. Claudia, stand by, kindly, please. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, we're going to see more of these surveillance photos. I mean, talk about clarity in photographs. Sometimes video is grainy. You can't make out an identification. These two can be very easily ID'd. Back to court. I want to take you now. We're in the machete murder trial happening in Iowa. We've got an investigator on the stand going over some surveillance photos of the defendant, Mr. Dakota Van Patten. Let's watch.
1511. What do we see in this one?
Michaela Louisma and Dakota Van Patten. This is where they're walking towards the restroom.
In 1512?
Michaela Louisma and Dakota Van Patten go to the restroom.
$1513.
You see Michaela Louisma and Dakota Van Patten exiting the store.
And 1514.
Yeah, you see Michaela Louisma and Dakota Van Patten exiting the store.
Main focal point of this photograph, or the person looking straight ahead here, is that Dakota Van Patten.
It is.
1515. What's this one?
It is another photo of Michaela Louisma and Dakota Van Patten going towards the restroom.
And 15.16.
You can see the blue Honda Accord with the trunk open and a subject in the trunk.
Point that out for us, please.
This is the blue Honda Accord with the trunk open and a subject in the trunk.
Specifically from this photograph, nothing else. This photograph alone, are you able to determine who's in that trunk?
No.
15.17. Can you tell us what this document is?
This is the receipt document of the transaction of the purchase made by Dakota Van Patten and Michaela Louisma.
So in the, I guess it would be the third column, does this column tell you what is purchased?
It does.
The column following that, does that tell you the price?
Yes.
Who is Dewan Rivers?
That was the clerk at the store.
And the time and dates on the right side, does that indicate what time this purchase was made or different things happened during this transaction?
Correct.
Can you tell me what type of cigars the defendant and Louisma purchased?
They were Black and Mild cigars.
Not the Swisher Sweets, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then a pack of cigarettes as well?
Yes.
Marlboro Special Blend?
Yes.
BL? Okay. And that purchase was made approximately what time?
At 3:21 a.m.
Does this exhibit show in what form payment was rendered?
Cash.
If you'll clear my screen, Your Honor. Those photos that we just viewed, 15-2 through 15-17, were those the photographs that you received from the contact or the person at Quickstar?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Quickstar, in some of the files that you received, were some of them labeled as Quickstar?
Quickstar and Quick Trip.
Okay, so were some of them labeled as Quickstar?
Yes.
And some were labeled as Quick Trip?
Correct.
Is that the same company?
It is.
And did they come from the same point of contact within the corporate office?
Yes.
Okay. So if we see Quickstar or we say Quick Trip, this is the same location?
Correct.
And it would be the same store?
Yes.
And the same company?
Yes.
Okay. I would also like to talk about the surveillance video that you received. Was the surveillance video that you received from Quickstar, did it come accompanied with its own program to play the videos?
It did.
And did it also come with several files that were associated with different camera angles and camera views within the Quick Trip store and the parking lot area?
Yes.
Was there Your Honor, at this time I would like to begin to publish 15.1, please. And my screen's ready when you are.
Publishing now.
This DVD player that's at the bottom of this file that's dated store and go, is that the player that's used to play all of these different files?
It is.
Okay. And in clicking on that, does that player then populate several different angles from within the Quick Trip, Quick Start property?
It does.
I specifically want to focus on the camera angle that's titled Front Sidewalk. And I want to, I'm going to fast forward just a little bit, or play it forward just a little bit. Approximately 3:17 in the morning, does the blue Honda Accord pull into that parking lot?
It does.
And does it come to park?
Yes.
From this camera angle, are you able to see two occupants, Louisma and Van Patten, exit this vehicle?
Yes.
And enter the store?
Yes.
I just still don't understand the motivation behind the murder of Melody Hoffman. Do you? Hit us up on social media. Let us know your thoughts. We'll hit a break. We'll see more surveillance footage of the defendant and his buddy, the buddy who's already convicted of the murder of Melody Hoffman.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Addison hates every piece of grass that Dan Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands, a Court TV original series. Season premieres September 27th.
Only on Court TV.
We, the jury, find Jose Soto Escalera as to count 1, guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. As to count 2, guilty of first-degree murder of an unborn child as charged in the indictment. So say we all, this 19th day of September, 2025.
Defendant Jose Soto Escalera will be back in court tomorrow for the start of the penalty phase of his criminal trial. So he was found guilty of murdering his mistress, Tanya Wise, and their unborn baby, Josiah. The state of Florida is seeking the death penalty against him. And so this means that defendant Soto Escalera may take the stand in an effort to save his own life. Again, the penalty phase kicks off tomorrow morning. We're going to be broadcasting it live. It's set to start at 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, we're covering the murder trial of defendant Dakota Van Patten. We've got a case investigator on the stand going over surveillance footage. Let's go back in.
In watching that video, Investigator Paulson, and other videos that you were able to observe using that player, can you describe for us what your impression was of the interactions between the defendant, and Kimberly Smoke?
It was very casual.
When you viewed photos and videos, could you, in any of the camera angles or videos that you viewed, observe either Louisma or Van Patten carrying weapons? At any point in the videos or photos, did you observe anyone with anything that appeared to be a firearm?
I did not.
Any knives?
No.
Did you observe anything in waistbands?
No.
Both of them wearing hooded sweatshirts?
Correct.
From what you were able to see in the videos that you saw, did it appear that there was anything heavier than a pack of cigars and cigarettes in there from pockets that would have been weighing down their sweatshirts?
I did not see it.
When those two arrived at the gas station, who led who into the store?
McKinney Louisma led Dakota Van Patten in the store.
And who was the leader, for lack of a better term, who was walking in front for the most part within the store?
McKinney Louisma.
And when they were at the counter, who did it appear to you was doing the interacting with the clerk?
McKinney Louisma.
And then the two of them went off screen back towards the restrooms. Who was in front?
McKinney Louisma.
Okay. And the first one out of the door?
McKinney Louisma.
So was McKinley Louisma ever walking behind the Cody Patten?
He was not.
Did McKinley Louisma in this video ever appear to physically restrain the Cody Patten?
He did not.
Did he ever physically grab him or pull him or shove him in any direction?
He did not.
And would you agree that this gas station is in a public place?
It is.
And there are people coming in and out?
Yes.
During this video, are you able to show us where Dakota Van Patten signaled for help?
He never did that I saw.
Okay.
Could you turn your mic? Could you turn your mic on, please?
Thank you. Can you show us where Dakota Van Patten appeared to be distressed in this video?
I did not say anything like that.
Anything that indicated to you from the video that he was afraid?
No.
Were there in fact some parts of the video, even back by the restroom area, where he's smirking and interacting and having a good time with Mr. Louisma?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to 15.18, I believe it is, to that video from the front sidewalk camera. Can I publish that, please, Your Honor? I'm beginning the video at what's marked 3:24:47 a.m. on February 18th of 2024. The two individuals that just exited that door, is that, again, Louisma and Ben Patton?
It is.
Louisma on the left?
Correct.
In fact, can you see his big bright decal on his shirt there too?
You can.
And Ben Patton, the fellow on the right?
Yes.
Can you tell us before I push play what we should expect to see in this clip?
You're going to see Louisma going into the trunk of the vehicle, placing a bag in the trunk.
Does he stop at the car before he goes to the trunk?
Yes.
And can you tell us where he's retrieving a bag from?
The back seat.
Back driver's side?
Correct.
And then he goes to the trunk area?
Yes.
Are you able, though grainy, to tell us what color you believe that bag to be that he's putting in the trunk?
Great.
And I'm going to watch this or play this a couple of times from its original angle, and then we're going to do it again zoomed in. So I just want to let you know we're going to do this twice, at least.
Let's bring in our law enforcement analyst guest, Claudia King. Claudia, we keep talking here off camera as we're watching this trial progress about why in the world Melody Hoffman was killed. The motivation, what did it accomplish? I guess I'm scratching my head, and I know others are too, is her boyfriend, Mr. Louisma, was apparently seeing somebody else at the time. So, you know, to me, it's, so what if you're seeing someone else, what do you care? What goes, life moves on, move on. What's your opinion on the why behind this, Claudia?
You know, Julie, I have been thinking the same thing and asking the same questions, and with all of the cuts that were on her, I'm almost wondering, you know, are these two kind of sociopaths who just wanted to see what it was like to kill somebody? And they picked this girl because they knew, or at least McKinley knew, that she would go with them. She would be trusting and she would go along and it would be an easy target. I can't really think of any other reason either. And so unfortunately, I'm left with thinking that these are just two sociopaths that wanted to see what it was like to murder another human being.
I think that's great analysis right there you just gave us, Claudia. Let's take it a step further. You said something that made me think, if we're on the right track of sociopathy at play here, the way in which she was attacked, you know, multiple brutal ways seems to support that. This seems to be a case of overkill. Don't you think, Claudia?
Absolutely. And so was it overkill or was it torture? You know, which are kind of one and the same, but that would be a motivation, I think, not to any of us who are normal, but were they just trying all these different things and ways to see what felt right to them in that moment?
Right. I mean, it's really sick and disturbing, but these things happen. You have to wonder, was it for the thrill of it? Because we have evidence that she was beaten. We have evidence that she was strangled. We have evidence she was stabbed, and we have evidence that she was slashed. Any one of those methods could take a life, as we know. And here, all four were inflicted on this innocent young lady. Claudia King, we've got to leave it there for now. Our case continues into the next hour. Thank you so much for the insight, and thank you at home for being with us. When we come back, we'll hear from more of the key witnesses in the murder trial for Dakota Van Patten. We thank you for watching with us here on Court TV Live.
This is Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft in today for Ted Rowlands. Thank you so much for being with us today. We are in Iowa for the machete murder plot trial. Dakota Van Patten is accused of conspiring with his friend, McKinley Louisma, to kidnap and kill Louisma's ex-girlfriend. Her name, Melody Hoffman. Now, prosecutors say the two men purchased gloves and 2 machetes from a local Walmart before kidnapping Hoffman, brutally beating her and strangling her. McKinley Louisma has already been convicted of the murder and was sentenced to life in prison last year. Before we get you back into court, here's Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas with more on the case against Dakota Van Patten.
Melody Hoffman suffered unspeakable atrocities.
In February of last year, the body of 20-year-old Melody Hoffman was found by a lake in Des Moines, Iowa.
She was beaten, she was bound, she was kidnapped, she was strangled, she was mutilated, and she was left for dead.
Dakota Van Patten is now the second man to go on trial for Hoffman's kidnapping and murder. Prosecutors say Van Patten conspired with Hoffman's former boyfriend, McKinley Louisma, and the pair used machetes to stab her. Authorities say data from Hoffman's iPhone and Apple Watch proves Van Patten and Louisma were with her when she was allegedly kidnapped from Morgan Creek Park in Des Moines until her body was dumped near Lily Pond Lake. Louisma was convicted of first-degree murder last year and sentenced to life in prison.
I know Melody would want me to forgive you, but I'm not sure that'll ever happen. And if it does, it's only for her.
In Van Patten's case, prosecutors say surveillance video allegedly shows him and Louisma buying gloves and machetes before the killing. A search of Van Patten's home turned up a towing rope they believe was the murder weapon and Melody Hoffman's glasses. Van Patten's attorney says the evidence does not prove he killed Melody.
The evidence will show Dakota was with Melody. But is his mere presence enough to reach this high burden of beyond a reasonable doubt? Can the state rule out the possibility that Dakota was just there and not partaking in what happened to her?
Van Patten has pleaded not guilty to charges of first-degree murder and kidnapping. A third man, Logan Kempton, also faces lesser charges in this case. His trial is set for later this year.
Let's get you back into court now. We are hearing from Patrol Sergeant Adam Paulson. He is testifying to some surveillance video of Van Patten and Louisma. This was the night of the murder.
As I scroll back and forth around the 3:25:40 time frame, are you able to see the item in McKinley's hand that he's putting in the trunk?
Yes.
And which hand is he using so we know where we're focusing?
His right hand.
Would you agree that the more you zoom in, the grainier it gets?
Yes.
When Louisma was putting that bag in the trunk, can you show us where Van Patten ran away from the car?
He did not.
Was he waving anybody down, asking for help?
He was not.
Did he walk away from the car at all?
He did not.
In fact, did he just get in the car?
He did.
Did anybody force him into that car?
No.
Nobody touched him?
Correct.
In fact, when Van Patten got in that car, was Louisma pretty distracted moving that bag?
Objection, calling for speculation.
Sustained.
When Van Patten's getting in the car, from what you can see in this video, does it appear that Luisma's even looking at him?
It is not who he is.
If you'll clear my screen, please, Judge. And you can have the lights back on, please. Thank you. Investigator Paulson, can you tell us generally what Apple health data is?
Yeah, so on an Apple iPhone, you have a health app that is an Apple product that is compatible with your Apple Watches to track things such as your heart rate, loud decibel readings, steps, things like that.
Is it also, so that the app's on the phone?
Correct.
But then it works with a watch?
Correct.
Okay, and those two things operate off that same application?
Yes.
Okay. This Apple Health data, is that something that was embedded in the phone of Melody Hoffman?
It was.
And so when I say embedded, she had the app on her phone?
Correct.
And then that app collected information?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were doing an examination of Melody Hoffman's phone, did you just review the report that came out, or did you first go in and do like a physical examination and look at this phone?
I also physically examined the phone.
Okay, so somehow you obtained the password, whether from mom or other ways, and were able to actually get in and navigate around inside of the phone.
Correct.
And when you were in the phone moving around, was that on February 18th?
It was.
So do you recall approximately what time?
Mid-morning, I don't remember exact time.
Okay, but relatively early.
Yes.
And when you were in the phone, did you navigate yourself to this Apple Health app?
Yes.
Was there any information within the Apple Health data from that app that drew your attention to it, or that you found to be relevant or pertinent to this investigation?
There was.
Can you tell us about that?
It recorded, observed data was recorded as a loud decibel event. So it showed an increase in noise, so that it logs that as a loud decibel event. And there's also a period of increased heart rate.
Okay. I'm going to break that down a little bit. You say that it records a, quote, a decibel event or a loud decibel event?
Correct.
And the program within the phone then, when there's a loud noise, captures that information?
Yes.
Okay, and then stores it within the app?
Yes.
And when you're inside the app, you can see those different events that are recorded?
Correct.
Okay. And so you were able to personally see a decibel event in her phone?
Yes.
What, if anything else, you said that there was what was the other thing you said was captured?
Her heart rate.
And what information did you observe that was specifically related to the heart rate? Is that also called an event?
I would call it an event, yeah.
Okay. But something that you saw related to the heart rate that drew your attention, tell us about that, please.
Her heart rate went from what I would consider her normal resting heart rate to, you can see a spike in the graph to a very high elevated heart rate.
And when you say elevated or very elevated, was this just a little rise in heart rate, or did it shoot way up there?
It was an extreme rise.
Extreme rise. When after you saw this extreme rise in the heart rate, what did the heart rate do after that?
It stopped.
And when it stopped, what did that indicate to you?
It indicated that Melody's physical heart rate could have stopped, or potentially the Apple Watch could have become disconnected from her body.
Now, the spike in the heart rate and the decibel reading, were you able to tell if those two things were happening at the same time?
They were.
Okay, so loud noise, heart rate spikes, and then nothing after that for the heart rate.
Correct.
What time approximately, if you can recall, did the heart rate spike and the decibel reading happen?
It was around the midnight hour on February 18th, 2024.
And when you say around the midnight hour, does that mean, what does that mean? Is that like midnight, or it was after midnight, but in the, what does that mean?
It was after midnight, but close to the time of the hour, I would say.
Okay. Now, you've told us in your testimony that when the phone download happens, that a type of report is generated, correct?
Correct.
And that the information that's pulled from the phone pulls from all places in the phone and collects in that report, right?
Correct.
And so in that report, did the report capture those two events that you physically saw within the phone?
It did not.
Okay, why?
At the time, Melody's phone was using a beta version or a test version of Apple's operating system. So because it was a test version, it was not compatible with our download software.
Okay, so when did you realize approximately that the Apple health data wasn't captured into the report?
It was a few days into the investigation. We went to follow up and realized it was not there.
Okay, and so when you realized it wasn't there, what happened next?
We tried to go back into the phone to obtain the data, and the phone at that time was not operable.
Okay, tell me what your definition of not operable is.
It would not even power on. No matter whether we charged it, we could not power it on or get into the phone at all.
So at the point in time that you went back in to try and recover what you realized was missing, you couldn't get back in there?
Correct.
Now, if you were to describe the condition of Melody Hoffman's phone when you were handling it, looking at it, looking in it, can you describe for us what the condition of the phone was?
It was heavily damaged. Both the front and back glass of the phone were extremely cracked and falling apart.
Was there a case on this phone?
There was.
And what kind of case was this?
It was a clear case.
Okay. How did, or do you know how that case came to be on that phone?
It was placed on it by Melody's mother.
Okay. I would like the court's permission to approach this witness.
You may.
Investigator Paulson, I want to hand you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 16.6. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Can you tell us briefly what it is?
It is Melody Hoffman's cell phone.
And is that the phone that you received and personally got into and looked at on February 18th of 2024?
It is.
May I see that? May I is 16.6 admitted?
It is.
Okay. May I have permission to publish that on the Elmo, Your Honor?
Well, 16.6 is identified as a phone photo.
It's incorrect. It's the actual phone.
It's the actual phone.
Yes, sir.
And it was admitted.
Thank you. May I publish?
You may.
Investigator Paulson, would you agree that this is the front of that iPhone Pro Max?
Yes.
And from this view of the phone, are you able to see several cracked areas on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. On the back of the phone, would you agree that this is...
Okay, well, that pretty much wraps up the testimony from this witness, but we still have some more testimony ahead. A special agent who investigated Facebook messages between the victim and the defendant. We'll be right back.
8.5 months pregnant, a young mother found brutally murdered.
To lose a child, there's no words for it.
Now the victim's boyfriend, a married father of 4.
Guilty of first-degree murder in the death of his mistress, as well as their unborn child.
That's one of the things that struck me. He was not remorseful.
Court TV takes you inside the South Florida courtroom
where jurors will decide if he will be put to death.
The pregnant mistress murder trial penalty phase begins Wednesday morning, only on Court TV.
Back now to Iowa for the machete murder plot trial. Defendant Dakota Van Patten is accused of conspiring to kill his friend's ex-girlfriend. 20-year-old Melody Hoffman was found beaten, strangled, and mutilated near a pond. This was back in February of last year. Why don't we go ahead and go back into court? The state's next witness has just taken the stand, and this is a special agent who investigated messages between the victim and the defendant.
So how long have you been a special agent with the DCI?
Approximately 2 years.
Okay. And were you assigned in that capacity on or about February 17th and 18th of 2024?
Yes, I was.
How did you become involved in the investigation of the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
I was aware that Agent Ryan Kennedy had been assigned to this case. I was returning from a vacation, and just knowing how cumbersome and time-consuming homicide investigations are, I reached out upon my return, asking if he needed assistance, and he accepted. So I responded to the Marion Police Department on the 21st of 2024.
So based upon some of the testimony we've received in this case, by February 21st, this had been about 3 to 4 days after Melody had been killed, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you're coming a little late in the game.
Yes.
But when you showed up, did you just kind of ask, how can I help?
Yes, so I responded to the Marion Police Department and received a briefing on what had been going on with the case from Agent Cudley and then a detective with the Marion Police Department, Tom Peterson. With that, I had originally been assigned some follow-ups to assist on that day, and then my roles transitioned essentially to the digital aspect of the case.
By the digital aspect of the case, what do you mean by that?
I mean that as things come in, it's very cumbersome during investigations because you're getting a lot of information all at once. And digital evidence is very important to preserve and identify right away. And if you don't preserve and identify that, it can be lost. So I was tasked with helping to identify, cycle through some of the information as we got digital identifiers or phone numbers for people.
I'm sorry, can you scroll down?
As we received digital identifiers for people, digital identifiers would be things like an email account or an application username. As we received that stuff and their phone numbers, then my responsibility was to put out preservation requests and to the different service providers to try and save that information from being lost.
Great. So, did you seek some social media information from some of the individuals involved in this case?
Yes, I wrote search warrants on primarily Snapchat records, Facebook records, and Instagram. Facebook and Instagram are owned by the same company known as Meta, so Meta Records. And I believe there was a text now and then some cell phone records.
And what individuals were you focused on in terms of the social media accounts that you were looking to examine?
Melody Hoffman and anything that was associated with her communication. McKinley Weisma, Nakia Svoboda, Dakota Van Patten, and Logan Campton.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you about some work you did with the company Text Now.
Yes.
Okay. So earlier in this case, an exhibit was received, it's been discussed already, involving an alleged threatening text message that had been sent to Melody Hoffman on or about January 7th of 2024. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Okay. And there was testimony earlier in the case that this came from a Text Now number and it wasn't recognized by the folks involved. Tell us a little bit about, we had some testimony, but kind of what TextNow is used for.
TextNow is an application, can be web-based or by a mobile device or tablet. It's a voice over internet protocol or VoIP application, which allows users to receive a ported number from TextNow. That just means that TextNow buys a bunch of phone numbers and has a pool of them. Users then can essentially borrow a phone number from TextNow and utilize that for a period of time. It depends on what service they have through TextNow. Those time periods can expire, but when that phone number is done, it goes back into that pool that TextNow uses and it's recycled. Part of the process for that is you do not have to have cellular service to do it. It's a Wi-Fi enabled or internet enabled phone number.
So basically, if you sign up for a TextNow number, it would be a temporary one that someone could use.
Correct. I believe if you would subscribe or you purchase a service, I think you can get them long term to get it ported somewhere else. But yes, it typically is a temporary short term number.
Let's go ahead and bring in our guest for this hour to discuss what we've been listening to so far from Oakland, California, civil rights and trial attorney Adante Pointer. Adante, thank you so much for being with us today as we watch this case. So we're listening to the witness testifying here. The prosecution so far has put forth a lot of evidence in an effort to connect the defendant to this crime. They're saying that he acted with Louisma, who was the victim's ex-boyfriend. And so do you think the prosecution has been putting forth enough evidence so far to connect him to this situation?
I think so. The prosecution has been methodically linking him to this situation by way of cell phone evidence, video and surveillance evidence. And so there's a lot of information at this point that prosecutors have at their disposal to lock the defendant into this grisly murder. So I think the prosecution is building it brick by brick. And right now they have enough bricks, it looks like, to build a mansion.
Yeah, definitely. Adante, what do you think from a defense's standpoint? So we've talked about it. They said in the openings here, in the opening statements that, okay, fine, the evidence shows that he was there, but his mere presence isn't enough. Anything that you would want to see from defense counsel in this case in an effort to defend the client?
I think that's their strongest point. Their strongest point is that, hey, you don't have any information as to what would be our clients or the defendant's motive here to participate and essentially throw his life away in this manner. However, motive is not a requirement for a conviction. And so the prosecution doesn't have to present a motive. It's not required. But it does allow the defendants an opportunity, a window, if you will, to explain how their client just doesn't fit into what took place here. Although he may have been present, presence is not enough. At the same time, you listen to prosecutors examine, hey, when you watch this video, did you see Dakota waving people down, trying to alert people, tell people about what is going on or what had taken place? And the answer flatly is no. So although the prosecutors don't have a motive that they can say why he decided to participate in this, at the same time, they have ample evidence to show he didn't fight, he didn't resist, he didn't try to get out of this grisly murder plot.
Yeah, good point, Adante. Okay, we're going to squeeze in a quick break, but we will be coming right back. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice. You're watching Court TV. I'm Kelly Craft in today for Ted Rollins. Let's head back to Iowa, where we have been catching you up on key testimony. This is in the machete murder plot trial for Dakota Van Patten. Van Patten is charged with first-degree murder in the death of 20-year-old Melody Hoffman. At the time of her death, Hoffman was dating McKinley Louisma, who was friends with Van Patten. Louisma has admitted to investigators that he kidnapped Hoffman with the help of Van Patten and physically beat her. Let's pick it up right where we left off with more testimony from a special agent with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations.
As an investigator, when something is done in a case using text now, because of the way it works, does that make it difficult at times to be able to track who the person was that used the text now number?
It does, because there's no timeline on when they can recycle them or how often. For your cellular companies, they're typically registered to a person and have an account based with it. With TextNow and other VoIP services like that, you can register with minimal information. You can utilize it for a period of time. It could be a day, it could be an hour. You can throw it back. You have the availability to delete or remove your information from it, which would make that then difficult for us to get on. And their terms of service only, the privacy terms of service and everything only hold that information for 30 days after the end of the use of that number.
Did you try to do some work to figure out who may have been the user that sent this threatening text message, which has been received, by the way, as State's Exhibit 10.13?
I did. I served a search warrant for the text records.
And what were you able to find in terms of information on this number and who the user might be?
It had been 45 days, since approximately 45 days. It was about a month and a half from January 7th. I believe I served it on February 22nd, around that time frame. So it had been approximately a month and a half since that number had been used to send those messages. Therefore, the work record is available.
Well, that's disappointing, right?
It is.
Okay. But is that something that happens pretty regularly with these numbers if you don't get in there and get them?
It is. That's what's so important, like I said earlier, about having somebody assigned to the digital aspect of the case, is that if you don't put those preservations on those numbers right away, if you don't have those being identified, it is very likely that information could be lost.
Okay. Let's move on to some social media accounts where you did find some information. Do you recall accessing the social media accounts of McKinley Louisma?
I do.
And I want to focus in on McKinley Louisma's Instagram account. Did you get some information from that?
Yes, I did.
You're on permission. Sorry.
I believe it was, I believe I had his Facebook account and Melody's Instagram account.
Okay. So did you also access some information from Melody's Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. And from that Instagram account, did you were you able to obtain a thread of messages between who you identified in your investigation as Melody Hoffman and Mr. Louisma?
I was.
Okay. Permission to publish State's Exhibit 20.1, Your Honor. Special Agent Mooseman. So you see what State's Exhibit 20.1?
I do.
Okay, is this Melody Hoffman's, does this come from her Instagram account?
It does, and if I can correct myself from earlier, because we did have a Facebook account as well. This is a Instagram account associated with Liza.
So I was right.
You were right.
Okay, you tried to correct me.
I apologize.
Okay. So anyway, this is the Instagram account of Melody Hoffman, and we have something on here that might be a little confusing. We have the time in UTC. What does that mean?
Correct. When we receive these records back from companies, they typically put them in universal time, which is that UTC that you see. There's an easy conversion for that. At this point in time, with daylight savings and everything, the conversion is -6 hours. So, as an example, on that very top one under where it says current participants, it gives you a time of 3/14 of 2024. You subtract 6 hours from that 19, so you get 13, which is 1 p.m., 1:43 p.m. in Central Standard Time.
Okay. So does that indicate that there was some evidence of a conversation taking place earlier in the day then on, oh wait, yeah, this says March 14th on the top. What's that in reference to when?
That's just that they were participants. I'm guessing that maybe when they pulled that. Sorry, that's just the number I gave. But yes, the 217 and 2024 is where I see the communication. That's just showing who the participants were at that time frame.
Okay, so that may be an indication of when the records were pulled.
That may be indicative of that.
Okay. So let's go down to the actual conversation then. So on February 17th, 2024, so this is going to be a conversation that took place around, was it about 4:58 p.m.? Is my math right on that?
Yes.
Okay. So at 4:58.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to have more of this trial that we have been watching from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, when we come back.
Tragedy on the Mississippi, a young mother executed and her 2-day-old daughter allegedly thrown into the river. Now the baby's father stands trial for double murder.
The Baby in the River murder trial today, only on Court TV.
The brutal murders of 2 young girls.
Delphi is not one of those places where this would happen.
I killed Abby and will leave.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. Season premieres Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Now back to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where we have been showing you testimony that you may have missed. This is in the Machete murder plot trial. Defendant Dakota Van Patten is charged with first-degree murder in the death of Melody Hoffman. Prosecutors say that Van Patten helped a friend kidnap and kill Hoffman. This was last year. Let's get you back into the courtroom now. We're going to be listening to some more testimony. This is from a special agent who is talking about messages sent by the victim in the days and hours leading up to her death.
So at 4:58 in 59 seconds, this conversation then starts with one message, and that's from who to who?
The author, you see who sends it, so it's from Meloroni_03, and it gives the Instagram, it gives their user identification numbers, that's string numbers you see afterwards. So Meloroni_03, who we were able to identify as being Melody Hoffman, sent the message, Buggy.
And does it look like there was an initial response by Mr. Louisma?
Not initially.
And the next message is sent then at approximately 7:44 p.m. on the night of the 17th, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And she's reaching out to him again and calls him Ken, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then the conversation looks like it continues around about that 7:44 p.m. Time period. So can you just kind of narrate for us what happens here?
Yes, Melody sends the message, why are you ignoring me? And then a couple seconds later, she responds, hello. And then again, approximately 6 minutes later, bruh, answer your phone. And then significantly later, so it's like approximately 7.5 hours later, on, say it would be 2/18/2024, approximately 3:29 a.m. There's a message, hey, this is Megan, is Mel with you?
So does this indicate that Megan Hoffman, Melody's mother, was reaching out to Mr. Louisma's Instagram account?
Correct.
Okay. And then we see a message here. It looks like this one may have been actually from Mr. Louisma, right?
Correct. So you can tell that from the author, Dana_States, which was identified as an account for him.
And so now we're at 3:58 a.m. on February 18th, 2024?
Correct.
And what's he saying there?
Hey, with a waving emoji, your mom is trying to get a hold of you.
And then go ahead.
And then approximately 2 minutes after that, he responds, or he again says one, is you okay? And,
going on.
And looks like about 20 seconds after that, is you okay? Louisa says, your mom is texting me to get a hold of you, so you should talk to your mom.
And based on your investigation of this Instagram account, was there any response that was given either through Melody's Instagram account after that?
No, not very well.
All right. We're done with this exhibit for now, Your Honor. Okay, so let's talk about some more social media investigation that you did in this case. Were you able to access the Facebook account of the defendant in this case, Dakota Van Patten?
I was.
And did you do an investigation of the Facebook Messenger portion of those records?
Yes.
And were you able to find Mr. Van Patten having discussions with various folks?
Yes, I was.
But specifically focusing on what would be starting on February 18th, did you find that he had a conversation with the known Facebook account of Mr. Louisma?
Correct.
Permission to publish Case Exhibit 20.3, Your Honor.
Ready, prepared.
Ready to go, Judge. Okay. So Special Agent Mooseman, let's go through this, and again, we have to do the math on the UTC, but when does this conversation or this sort of back and forth officially begin?
It starts on February 18th at 2024 at approximately 9:20 p.m.
So we're right in the timeline here. It's the night of February 18th. It's about 9:20 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Take us through this, if you would, so we kind of understand, based on your experience, obtaining, diagnosing, and interpreting these records, what's happening here.
So again, the author has shown to present that this user profile, I'm going to call it KingZone, just for ease of referring to it, but KSNGZLE was identified as belonging to Addison. There's a video call that takes place. It shows the duration of the call and tells you that the missed, where it says missed, and then underneath that where it says false.
Yeah, please use that if you can.
So missed indicates whether that call was missed or not. When it says false, that means it was received, it was not missed. If it were to say true, that would mean that it was a missed call. But we can also kind of confirm that by the duration, the 170 seconds.
Okay, so does this indicate that Dakota Van Patten and Mr. Louisma had a video call that transpired for about just short of 3 minutes?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Then what takes place next?
Next, there is a message that is sent from the Louisma's Facebook account on the 18th at 9:20 p.m. and it says, hold on.
Okay. Then what takes place after that?
Continued conversations, response from the profile author. This is a random name, Cody Smith, which was identified as belonging to Dakota Van Patten. That was responded to approximately 9 seconds later, okay. Followed by, then there's a gap of time. So now we are on the 19th, so minus 6 hours will be about 6 p.m. 6:27 p.m. on February 19th of 2024. There's another missed call from, this time it's from Dakota, is sending a call to Louisma, and the call was missed.
So what's happening here then is that they had a conversation that was hold on and then okay, and then we jump pretty significantly there, 9 hours or so, I guess. Actually more than that, all the way to the 19th.
Correct.
At 6:30. And
still with us, civil rights and trial attorney Adante Pointer. Adante, all right, listening to the witness on the stand, talking about these messages, the conversation that he was having with Louisma McKinley. You know, why don't we go ahead, let's put up the pictures of these 3 people. So Louisma has already been charged, convicted. He is serving a life sentence. And then we have another gentleman. His name is Logan Kimpton. His trial has not taken place yet. He, I believe, is only 18 years old. Okay, we're looking at the victim here, but we're looking at Louisma as well as Dakota Van Patten. Dakota is a young man as well, 19 years old. McKinley Louisma is 24 years old. There's Logan on the other side. These are young men that have, you know, allegedly, McKinley's already been convicted, committed this gruesome murder of this young girl. She was 20 years old. I mean, they have a lot of evidence against them. They have the defendant here wearing her glasses afterwards. Now, defense counsel is trying to say, of course, him being there doesn't mean that he did it. I mean, what is your just general takeaway from this case and this just tragic situation?
This was a needless and senseless murder. This young lady, who has been described as being someone who had some mental challenges, who really was more of a kid in terms of mental capacity, living in an adult body, was taken advantage. She was described as being susceptible and kind of gullible. And these 3 men essentially kidnapped and tortured her. to death, strangled her to death, according to the evidence and what prosecutors say. And so, you know, this is a situation where all three of these young guys need to be held accountable, given the evidence. And it's just the type of gruesome killing that you would not want anyone to suffer. Unfortunately, that young lady did.
Yeah, such a tragic situation. Now, Logan Kimpton, that third guy that hasn't been charged yet or convicted yet or on trial yet, just he allegedly helped buy the stuff at Walmart. We're coming back. More of this case up next.
Helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
And Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft along with Matt Johnson. Thank you so much for being with us. We begin this hour in Iowa, where a man is facing trial for allegedly helping to kill his friend's ex-girlfriend.
Dakota Van Patten is charged with first-degree murder and kidnapping in the death of 20-year-old Melody Hoffman.
Prosecutors say that Van Patten conspired with Hoffman's boyfriend, McKinley Louisma, to kidnap Hoffman, where they then allegedly stabbed her with a machete and then dumped her body in a nearby pond.
Brutal, senseless crime here. Let's get you back into that courtroom now, where a special agent is on the stand testifying about messages between the victim and this defendant.
6:30, and Mr. Van Patten's calling Mr. Louisma on Facebook?
Correct.
But no answer.
No answer.
Okay. All right, what happens next?
Just following an attempted phone call, we got a message from Dakota Van Patten that says, "Bro, why did you unadd me?"
Can you tell us what, in your experience, when someone says unadd, what's that mean?
That means removed as a friend. So usually through Facebook, you can still communicate, or through that, you can still communicate through Messenger, even if you're not friends with that person, but you may not have access to view certain portions of a profile or show that there's that relationship.
So does this indicate that Dakota Van Patten had potentially realized that Mr. Louisma unadded him as a friend and removed him as a friend?
Yes, that they're no longer friends on Facebook.
Moving on here, the next entry starts here just within about 5 more minutes. So we're still in that 6:30 type hour on the 19th. What's happening there?
Yes, our owner on this one is Louisma, and you can see in the body that the call was missed. So Louisma attempted to call Van Patten, and the call was missed.
But then we move on here just within a couple of seconds, and it looks like there's another message from Mr. Louisma. What's that?
So this is his girl. He just got locked up.
Okay. So if we take that at face value, then is it also reasonable that it was his girl that called just moments before?
I'm sorry?
Well, this is his girl. He just got locked up. Someone's identifying themselves as Mr. Louisma's girl.
No, I'm going to object to this as court speculation.
Overruled.
I'm not sure. I don't know on that.
But this is just a difference of like 13 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. And then within another 10 seconds or so, what's the next message?
For what?
And that's from?
That's from Dakota to Louisma.
Okay.
And then we see shortly thereafter, about 9 seconds later, Louisma says, "Call me ASAP," or ASAP, so as soon as possible. And then provides a phone number. That phone number comes through about 3.5 minutes later. And the phone number is this body here. I was able to indicate that one was paired back to a number we had known for Nikki Svoboda, which was Louisma's girlfriend. And then shortly thereafter, within 29 seconds, there's a video call that takes place from Dakota to Louisma that lasts 291 seconds. So almost 5 minutes.
So based on the surrounding circumstances of these messages here, it appears that there was a video call initiated by Mr. Van Patten to whoever's got Mr. Louisma's account active.
Correct. After Louisma asked him to call him.
Then what's taking place next?
So at the 19th at 6:38 p.m., Dakota says, "Answer your phone." And then again, a couple seconds later, 3 seconds later, Dakota states, "It's me calling." And then it jumps forward about an hour, so there's about an hour lapse. So it would be February 19th at 7:38 p.m. And Louisma says, "This is crazy." and Dakota responds within a minute that says, did they say what happened?
Okay. All right, that's all we have for this exhibit, Your Honor. Special Agent Mooseman, did you also participate in the execution of the search warrant at Mr. Van Patten's residence on the 21st?
I was present for it, yes.
Did you aid and during the processing of that search warrant and obtaining the glasses that have been identified as Melody Hoffman's on the scene so it could be identified by Megan Hoffman?
Yes, they were brought outside. I didn't enter the residence. I was outside. The glasses were brought out as being there. I am now identified on the search warrant and known to be, we knew we were looking for glasses and that they were missing from Melody Hoffman when she was found deceased. And since the glasses were similar in style, we were brought out for identification. I took a photo of those glasses and I sent that photo to Special Agent Ryan Kelly for identification.
Really quick publish again, Your Honor. Please, 10.12. You see this photo, Special Agent Mooseman?
I do.
Is that the photo you took of the glasses that were recovered at Mr. Van Patten's residence?
Yes.
And you forwarded that to Special Agent Kedley so more identification could be made on them?
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mooseman, you testified that your job mainly in this investigation was to work on the digital aspect of it, correct?
Correct.
If we just got done talking about what you identified as the Facebook messenger between the profiles of Mr. Leesma and Mr. Van Patten, correct?
That is correct.
And just to be sure, when you were telling the jury this is what Leesma is saying, this is what Van Patten is saying, we're referring to the profiles, correct?
That is what the profiles are saying, correct.
There's nothing about the work that you did that tells us who's sitting in front of the screen or the phone operating these accounts, correct?
That is correct.
As part of your work in this case, did you have a chance to review the Facebook account associated with Mr. Van Patten?
I did.
Were you able to find any, were you able to review his friends on Facebook?
I was.
And could you briefly tell the jury what does it mean to be friends on Facebook?
So friends on Facebook is you have the availability to add a person as a friend, which gives them potentially extra permissions, shows a connection between you and that person. Profiles can be set for privacy, where if you are not friends, you are unable to see certain aspects or limited aspects of a profile. So it typically gives more of a connection and more of the ability to share information.
And I'm going to just use a very, very basic example. If I want to be your friend on Facebook, you have to accept my request, correct?
That's correct.
Did your investigation or your work on Dakota Van Patten's account reveal whether he was friends or not with an account associated with Melody Hoffman?
He was not.
What about his Instagram account?
No, I was not able to show any connection digitally between those two.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. And as part of, is it there? As part of your work through Dakota Van Patten's Facebook account, are you able to also see who he's searching for? As far as what profile he's searching to potentially add or maybe view?
Yes, you can.
Did you find whether or not he has ever searched for any of the profiles associated with Melody Hoffman?
Not that I recall. Not that I noted as I was going through.
Same questions as it comes to Mr. McKinley's profile. Did your investigation reveal whether or not he was friends with the profile associated with Melody Hoffman?
I know he had been. I don't recall specifically if he was at that time, but yes, there was association between the two.
Did your investigation review whether or not McKinley Leisman's profile had searched for profiles associated with Melody Hoffman?
Yes, we have.
Several times, correct?
Multiple times, yes.
And just to be sure, you did testify earlier that even if two profiles are not connected as friends on Facebook, they could still use the messenger function, correct?
They could.
Did your investigation reveal any messages between Dakota Van Patten's account and Melody Hoffman's account?
No, it did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Redirect.
Continuing to watch this case out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the redirect of the special agent is coming up next. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
A tragedy on the Mississippi. A young mother executed and her 2-day-old daughter allegedly thrown into the river. Now the baby's father stands trial for double murder.
The Baby in the River murder trial today, only on Court TV.
The brutal murders of 2 young girls.
Delphi is not one of those places where this would happen.
I killed Abby and Lily.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. Season premieres Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
We'll get you back to court in just a minute, but first, here's a quick look at some of the other cases that we're tracking right here on Court TV Live. In the state of Florida, Jose Soto Escalera will be back in court tomorrow morning for the penalty phase of his trial after being found guilty of murdering his mistress and their unborn child. The state is seeking the death penalty, meaning Soto Escalera may take the stand in an effort to save his own life.
Also in Tennessee, opening statements. They are expected to begin this afternoon. This is in the Baby in the River murder trial. Brandon Isabelle is accused of shooting the mother of his child and then taking their 2-year-old daughter and dumping her in a river.
And in the state of Mississippi, jury selection underway in the plotting parent murder trial for Jeffrey Spence, accused of plotting with his wife and daughter to rob and kill his daughter's successful boyfriend. The wife pleaded guilty just days before going to trial, and the daughter took a plea deal where she's now expected to testify against good old dad.
Oh boy. Well, we'll keep you updated on all these trials throughout the day. But for now, let's head back to Iowa for the machete murder plot trial. This is for Dakota Van Patten. And right now we are listening to a special agent who investigated the defendant's social media accounts.
Defense counsel asked you about reviewing Mr. Van Patten's friends on Facebook, right?
Yes.
Was he friends with Mr. Louisma prior to the time that it looks like maybe he was unadded?
Yes, and I think to clarify on that a little bit, as I was reviewing, it appeared that Dakota Van Patten unadded Louisma as a friend approximately February 12th.
Okay. All right.
So they had been friends, and then he was unadded.
What about at the time the initial conversations took place? Were they friends at that time?
They became friends. So on January 9th of 2024 is when they became friends. Excuse me, when they first started messaging. On January 11th of 2024 is when they became friends. So they were messaging back and forth prior to being friends on Facebook. And then those messages continued January 29th through January 29th. And then they stopped and don't have records of messages until, and then there's the unadd on February 12th, and then the next message is on February 19th.
Did you have any records about whether he was added again as a friend before the 19th by Mr. Van Patten?
They did not appear to be friends at the time that the search warrant records were received.
Okay. So you indicated they had become friends around January 11th or so through January 29th. And I'm not going to ask you what specifically they may have talked about, but did you find some Facebook message conversations between the two of them?
So I'm slightly correct on this one. They were friends from January 11th through February 12th. However, there were only messages between January 9th through January 29th, and they were very regular messages. There were a lot of messages coming in, and then there were 0 messages from that period after January 29th to February 19th. And they were still friends during that portion of that period, and then they were unadded, and then there was still silence, and then there's messaging.
Okay, so even though they're not friends, they're still communicating?
Correct, after that.
Okay. All right, I think I understand what you're saying. So my question then about the conversations that took place between Mr. Louisma and Mr. Van Patten, you said they were regular.
Correct.
Okay. Did it appear that they were friends?
Yes, there was a lot of messages, and specifically on January 29th, there was a lot of messaging back and forth.
Okay. And did it appear from the nature of the messages that they had spent time together as friends, like hang out in person together?
Yes, it seemed that way.
Did you detect prior to January 29th that their friendship had fallen apart or faltered, or were they still strong friends?
It seems like it was still friendly.
You said there was a gap between the 29th, is that right? The 29th and the messages that started on the 18th, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there's a gap where there's no messages down during that period of time.
But your research showed that they were still friends, at least up until the 12th when this unad happened.
Correct.
And based upon your training and experience, what are the possible reasons why there would be a gap like that?
So there's several. One would be that there was no communication. Another one would be that those messages were deleted by an overt act by the sender or receiver prior to reservation request being served on, I believe it was about February 24th.
When you say you testify that it's due to the overt act of the sender or receiver, does that mean that it would be either because Mr. Louisma or Mr. Van Patten deleted the messages?
Yes, so when a user goes in and deletes a message, if there's not a preservation already on that, law enforcement cannot get that and will not get records of it. If there's a preservation that's already in place, we will see if the message was deleted, it will tell us, but there was an absence of anything there. So that would indicate either A, they didn't exist, or B, they were deleted prior to preservation requests being placed by law enforcement.
Would the act of one party deleting the messages on Messenger also mean that it doesn't show up in the other one's account either?
So what would happen there is it would depend on how they deleted it. So yes, I believe that that's the case. I cannot say for sure, but yes, if messages are deleted, it's deleted where the other person cannot access that as well.
Okay. Did your research at all, or did you investigate at all whether there was an unad by Mr. Louisma on or about the time that was indicated in that message?
I didn't notice anything, but if that unad occurred on February 12th, he was already unadded, so he wouldn't be able to unad the unad. So like I can't unfriend you after you've unfriended me kind of thing.
And I just want to be clear here because now I might be a little confused. So it was Dakota Van Patten on a message we saw that asked Mr. Louisma why he was unadded.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, so on February 12th, you said that who unadded who?
Dakota Van Patten's profile unadded the license profile.
And then based upon the message that we saw in your training and experience, it appeared that Mr. Van Patten was asking Mr. Louisma why he unadded him.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
That's all I have. Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Misman, I'm going to go over some dates with you to make something very clear. Your investigation revealed that the profiles for Dakota Van Patten and McKinley Louisma became friends on January 11th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And then the unad that we just talked about by Mr. Van Patten's profile occurred on February 12th, 2024, correct?
That's correct.
So they were friends on Facebook for just a little over a month, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. If nothing further.
Redirect? No. Thank you very much.
Let's go ahead and bring in our guest this hour to discuss. Joining us now from Los Angeles, California, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, great to see you. All right, let's talk about this tragic case we've been watching out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Defending Van Patten. All right, she has said, his defense counsel, that mere presence isn't enough. Okay, we admit that he was there. Marie, is there anything they can do with, okay, we have him at Walmart buying some supplies, the machete, the gloves, but you know, he never knew that maybe a murder was going to be committed. Can they talk about that?
You know, part of the defense is, like you said, to say just because he was there doesn't mean he's the one who helped to murder her. But you know what his problem is? There are other pieces of evidence that connect him, like those text messages. I don't understand. They're all young people. Why do people think because you delete a message and you send it to, you know, the internet triangle of deleted messages, that when you do something wrong, they can't pull it back and read it? That's what's happening here. It's like a tug of war. I was there, but I didn't even know him like that. But the text messages don't lie. And it's really bringing him closer and closer to Mr. Louisma. So this is problematic for his lawyer to try to say, you know what, mere presence, but you know what, you had the little girl's eyeglasses in your possession. So how did that happen? He's trying to distance himself, and she's using the Constitution, make him prove it, reasonable doubt, by asking the expert, okay, the messages were coming from someone who you think is my client, but can you say 100% it was? That's not enough when you add in all of the other circumstances.
Yeah, and that other circumstantial evidence, including the photographs, nearly 200 according to prosecutors, where he's wearing the victim's glasses after her death.
That is sickening. That was a trophy. So that puts the nail in his coffin, because you can't say you didn't know. How did you even get her glasses? And how disgusting are you? Because if you were there and you saw what happened, why would you even want to do something like that? It's not a good look for him, because I'm thinking, you know what? It was more than mere presence. It was participation. It was joy. And you know what? DA doesn't have to prove motive. Maybe he just got a thrill out of it. Maybe he just wanted to be in good terms with his friend who was convicted. We don't know, but the DA doesn't have to prove that. Good job. That's what's going on right now. I'm seeing the nail in his coffin of conviction.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Marie Pereira, you're going to be sticking with us all hour long. Thank you. Don't go anywhere. More big key testimony that you might have missed. We're going to share it with you, including a sergeant who investigated more text messages between co-defendants in this case. You're watching Court TV Live, the front row seat to justice.
Before we get you back into the courtroom, we do want to check in on Idaho, where we are getting some new crime scene photos from the Idaho house where Brian Kohberger brutally murdered 4 college students.
These never-before-seen images are from inside and outside that Moscow home where Kohberger murdered Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. The pictures show overturned stools in the kitchen, the remains of a party, and an image of a sliding glass door where Kohberger may have entered or exited the home on the night of the killings. Kohberger was sentenced to life in prison back in July after pleading guilty to avoid the death penalty.
You can see more of these newly released photos in the Brian Kohberger case. We have them online at courttv.com.
All right, let's do this. Let's head back to Iowa now, where we've been watching testimony in the machete murder plot trial. Defendant Dakota Van Patten is accused of kidnapping and killing 20-year-old Melody Hoffman back in February 2024. Van Patten is one of 3 co-defendants in the case.
Hoffman's former romantic partner, McKinley Louisma, has already been convicted and is serving a life sentence. A 3rd man, Logan Kimpton, he is still awaiting trial.
Let's get you back into that courtroom now. A new witness is on the stand, a sergeant with the local police department, Marion County.
Were you assigned as an investigator for the Marion Police Department on or about February 17th and 18th of 2024?
I was.
And did you have an opportunity to become involved in the investigation of the alleged kidnapping and homicide of Melody Hoffman?
I did.
Tell us how you became involved in this case.
It was a Sunday morning. My lieutenant at the time, Phil Ford, had called me and said Megan had came to the police department to report Melody missing, and at the same time they were aware of a deceased body that they had found in Iowa County that had been identified as Melody. So I responded to the police department at that point.
About what time do you think you came in?
It was probably 12:30-ish, you might guess.
What initial information did you gather in terms of the investigation up to that point?
We met with Special Agent Trent Paletta with the Division of Criminal Investigation from the state. He briefed us on what the circumstances were that Iowa County was out with at the time.
I want to talk a little bit about the identified person who was found deceased, Melody Hoffman. When you began your investigation at the Marion Police Department, did you have an opportunity to gather some information in terms of Melody Hoffman?
We searched our department's records to see if there was any previous calls for service.
What did you find?
We found one harassment call. I believe it was on January 7th.
Is that when you learned that Melody Hoffman, with the assistance of her mom, Megan, had reported a harassing text message back in January of 2024?
That'd be correct.
So did you gather some information on what had transpired with that report?
Yes.
And as of February 17th and 18th of 2024, was that investigation still active?
No, it was not.
Okay. What happened to it?
Essentially, Officer Ryan offered extra patrol. There was an unknown text or a number from that was sent, so there's no way that he was able at the time to figure out who sent the text message, essentially.
So did you speak a little bit with Megan Hoffman?
Not on the initial bit, no.
And were other investigators talking with her about some kind of information that she had about who Melody would have potentially been with?
Yes.
Okay. And who was identified as the person that Melody who could have potentially been with?
McKinley Louisma.
Did you learn some information about what Mr. Louisma drove?
Yes.
What did you find out?
Within that call for service, we had a vehicle logged. It was, I think, a 2006 Honda Accord that came back to Mr. Louisma as a registration.
What did you do when you had the information that Mr. Louisma was the registered owner of a 2006 Honda Accord?
At that point, we put an attempt to locate out to the local jurisdictions to say we would like that vehicle located and then stopped so we can interview that individual.
Approximately what time did you put out that attempt to locate or ATL?
I believe it was around 7:20 p.m. on the 19th.
The 19th?
I'm sorry, it's 18th.
Okay. So that evening of February 18th, 7:20 p.m., officers put out an ATL.
That's correct.
Was that for the 2006 Honda Accord belonging to Mr. Louisma?
That's correct.
Initially, did investigators have any kind of solid information as to where Mr. Louisma resided?
Not solid information, no.
As a result of that, did it take some time to locate his vehicle?
It did.
Approximately when was the suspect vehicle or Mr. Louisma's vehicle located?
2 o'clock the next morning.
So we're on 2 a.m. on February 19th?
That'd be correct.
And where was the vehicle located?
4000 block of Hummingbird Lane in Hiawatha.
We had some testimony earlier in this case that was also the location of the residence of Nakia Sloboda and where Mr. Louisma was known to reside. Did you confirm that in the investigation?
In the investigation, yes.
What was done with Mr. Louisma's vehicle when it was located at that address?
At that time, I responded to that location. We called Darrow's Towing, which is a towing company in Hiawatha. That is a company we contract with when we tow vehicles. The vehicle was secured with Darrow's and then towed to our police department and secured in our Sally Port.
And why was that vehicle secured and towed at that time instead of searched?
We had, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. We didn't know where the suspect might be, and we could do the search in a controlled environment, and we wanted to apply for a search warrant that morning.
So did
All right, we are going to squeeze in a quick break. More of this case from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, when we come back.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Addison hates every piece of grass that Dan Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving. This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands, a Court TV original series. Season premieres September 27th.
Only on Court TV.
We'll get you back to court in just a minute, but first, an update out of the state of Mississippi, where opening statements could begin as early as today in the plotting parent murder trial.
Defendant Jeffrey Spence is accused of plotting with his wife and daughter to rob and kill his daughter's successful boyfriend.
Karen Spence pleaded guilty just before going to trial, and the daughter, Caitlin Spence, has taken a plea deal where she's now expected to testify against her dad.
Here's Court TV anchor Ted Rowlands with more on the case against Jeffrey Spence.
It's a case of family ties, money, and murder. Prosecutors say Jeffrey and Karen Spence, a couple in their 60s, plotted with their daughter, Caitlin, to kill her boyfriend, Kirby Carpenter. WTVA News spoke with one of Carpenter's friends.
Kirby was a very good person and a loving person. And for someone to take that from his kids is very sad.
You've had to like him. I don't know of anybody who wouldn't like him.
Carpenter was last seen alive on November 30th, 2022, but it wasn't until December 2nd until Caitlin called 911 to report his death. She told police she found his body behind the garage of their home, hidden under a curtain and behind a toolbox. Police say he'd been shot and then dragged from a carport. According to Carpenter's family, he always carried a bag with about $300,000 in cash, silver, and gold. That bag was never found. A year after Carpenter's murder, his mother discovered a bag of silver coins in a car tied to Jeffrey Spence. Jeffrey, Karen, and Caitlin were charged with murder, grand larceny, and conspiracy. Earlier this year, Caitlin struck a deal with prosecutors, pleading guilty to accessory after the fact. She agreed to testify against her parents in exchange for a suspended 20-year sentence. And then, just days before going to trial, Mom, Karen, pled guilty as well to accessory after the fact to grand larceny for a suspended 10-year sentence. If Jeffrey Spence is convicted, he faces either life in prison without parole or the death penalty.
Again, openings are expected as early as today, and we'll take you live into that courtroom as soon as they begin. But let's do this. Let's head back to Iowa together, where we are watching unaired testimony in the machete murder plot trial for defendant Dakota Van Patten.
Van Patten is charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, as well as conspiracy to commit a forcible felony. This is in the death of Melody Hoffman.
The body of 20-year-old Hoffman was found with cuts and stab wounds at a lake in Iowa last year. On the stand right now is an investigator with the Marion Police Department. Let's get you back to court.
So did you get a search warrant for the vehicle?
We did the following morning.
Judge signed off on that?
That's correct.
Okay. What general observations did you make of the vehicle when it was first located and brought to the Marion Police Department?
That night it was dark. The area that it's in, it's poorly lit, so I didn't see anything notable. I followed it to the police department, and then inside it was secured at our Sally Port. It was well lit, but I didn't see anything immediately that night.
Did you see anything on the vehicle when it came back to the Marion Police Department?
Not that night.
Ultimately, did you get an opportunity to just do a brief sort of overview of the exterior of the vehicle?
That's correct.
When did you do that in the light?
It was the following morning.
Okay. What did you see at that point in time?
It was myself and Special Agent Ryan Kedley with the DCI. We saw what appeared to be a speck of blood on the trunk lid just above the keyhole.
Did you see this before or after Mr. Louisma was initially interviewed?
This was before.
Did you get an opportunity just to look at the outside of the vehicle or look from the outside of the vehicle, just kind of inside of the passenger compartment?
We did. We just conducted what we call a walk around of the vehicle.
When you did that during the walk around, did you see anything that resembled blood inside the passenger compartment of the vehicle in the front or the back seat area?
No.
Did you see any kind of tissues or cloths in the passenger compartment that maybe contained any blood?
No.
When Mr. Louisma's vehicle was seized from the residence where he was living on Hummingbird Lane in Hiawatha, did anyone from law enforcement advise him of that?
Not at that time, no.
How was contact ultimately made with Mr. Louisma after his vehicle had been taken from his residence and stored at the Marion Police Department?
He had called the Marion Police Department and learned that Darrow's Towing was the ones that towed it to our department.
Do you remember about what time he called in?
I think initially it was approximately 11 o'clock.
And again, we're on the 19th, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did Mr. Louisma end up coming into the Marion Police Department?
He did.
Approximately what time?
It was approximately 4:20 in the afternoon.
So now we're at 4:20 p.m. on February 19th. Is that when Mr. Louisma came to the police department?
Yes.
And when he came to the police department, do you remember whether he had his phone on him initially?
He did not come inside the police department with his phone.
Were investigators able to obtain his phone?
They were.
Who did you obtain his phone from?
Nakia Saboga.
When Mr. Louisma came to the police department, were you all able to conduct an interview with him?
We were.
Did that take place pretty shortly after his arrival?
Yes.
During his initial interview, when you made contact with him, did Mr. Louisma provide the name of a person who also may have been present with him during the events of the night of February 17th, 2024 into the early morning hours of February 18th, 2024?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Calls for a yes or no.
Objection sustained.
As a result of your interview with Mr. Louisma, did you become aware that there were other people that would need to be, you would need to interview?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And did that information come to you that led you to the next stage of your investigation or to expand the investigation? Did that information come to you from Mr. Louisma?
Yes, it did.
Prior to talking to Mr. Louisma at the Marion Police Department on February 19th, did you have any information that anybody else would have been involved?
No.
And when Mr. Louisma provided you that information, did you then decide that investigators needed to talk to another person?
Yes.
Who was that person you needed to talk to?
Dakota Van Patten.
Hold 1 second. Turn your mic off and on again. Something's just not right there. And then maybe turn it closer to you.
I'll say even closer. Does that work?
Let's go ahead and bring in criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira as we continue to watch this case out of Iowa. Marie, you know, as we see all the evidence in this case, you know, from a defense counsel's point of view, I mean, you are there to advocate for your client, and they have some kind of argument. I mean, they can argue my client didn't do it. They have the guy, Louisma. He is serving a life sentence. So, I mean, sometimes it's like when we watch these cases, it's like you see all this evidence against the defendant, and it seems like sometimes defense counsel might look ridiculous making arguments. But in this case, they can argue, well, again, maybe he was there, but he didn't do it. And I know I asked you about that before, but I just feel like I'm grasping at straws with this case because it's like you have these 3 young men, gruesome murder, and there's a lot of evidence against all of them.
You know, I used to be a prosecutor and a defense, and defense counsel never sounds ridiculous. They're all doing their jobs and they're following the Constitution. And the defense counsel was very meticulous in her opening, and she said, make them prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not ridiculous at all. It is a high bar, and they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. I think defense counsel has issues because it's not just his mere presence. He did acts before and after the crime that tie him to it closely than just a person who was just there, maybe even against his will or without any knowledge of anything.
Yeah, and I
Again,
think
like we said earlier.
Right, and I agree with you. I don't think that you can unring that bell in terms of this jury that's going to be deciding this young man's fate. But what are you watching for as we progress and watch this trial there?
That prosecution is going to bring him closer and closer to Louisma. prosecution is going to show that he wasn't just there, he was a part of it, and he was a part of the conspiracy to commit that murder. So even if he didn't actually slash her with the knife, even if he had the machete just to threaten her or keep her, whatever small part he had in it that led to the act happening, if he was aware of what was happening, then he could be found guilty of murder in the first degree, just like Louisma. That is what the statute detailing conspiracy involves. Everybody gets their punishment, no matter how little they had to do with it, as long as there was proof that he knew about it and he took part, no matter how tiny the part.
Yeah, no, good point. And Marie, when I asked you the question, yeah, the facts are that a prosecutor has a really high burden. They have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And so, that's one of the things that defense counsel can hammer home on in closing arguments. So the state did not prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And talk about how high of a burden that is.
We're talking about almost 99.9%. It says beyond a reasonable doubt, not all doubt, okay, on the planet of Earth. If the circumstances show that he did that, he knew about it, you have video, you have digital evidence, you have testimony, then you know what? It is beyond a reasonable doubt. It has been proven.
Good point, Marie. She's sticking around.
She's sticking around. We will too. We'll be back with more from the machete murder plot trial coming back.
And welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft along with Matt Johnson, and we are in Iowa this afternoon. This is for the machete murder plot trial.
Defendant Dakota Van Patten is accused of conspiring to kill his friend's girlfriend back in February of last year.
Prosecutors say that Van Patten conspired with McKinley Louisma to kidnap and then brutally kill 20-year-old Melody Hoffman.
This is a horrible case, but let's get you back into that courtroom now. And still on the stand is a sergeant, Sergeant Tom Peterson with the Marion Police Department.
Okay, we're going to jump ahead a little bit and talk about some potential witnesses that you interviewed in this case, okay?
Okay.
First of all, there has been an individual that's been named as Patricia or Patty Bascom. You know who that is?
Yes.
Who is she?
She's the grandmother of Logan Kimpton.
Was she also living at the Hummingbird Lane residence in Hiawatha?
She was.
And did she have some kind of relation or some kind of association with Nakia Sloboda as well?
She did.
What was that?
Kind of like, I think her term was Nana, or like grandmother figure.
And did she have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
No.
Did you also speak with someone by the name of Alan Carl?
I did.
Who's he?
He's Patty's or Patricia's husband, boyfriend, significant other.
And when you spoke with him, did he have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
No.
Did you also speak with an individual by the name of Taya Meyer?
I did.
And who's she?
Taya Meyer is a friend of defendant Van Patten's.
On what date did you speak to Taya Meyer?
I believe it was the 20th.
February 20th?
February, yes.
Did you speak with her about a conversation she had with Dakota Van Patten after Melody Hoffman was kidnapped and killed?
Yes.
Did Taya Meyer talk to you about what Dakota Van Patten said to her in the early morning hours of February 18th, 2024, when he was dropped off at her residence by McKinley Louisma?
She did.
What did she tell you about what Dakota Van Patten said about who killed Melody Hoffman?
That Dakota and Ken had killed somebody.
Did she have any kind of direct knowledge, of course other than that, about the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
No.
As a part of your investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain the cell phone that belonged to Dakota Van Patten?
Yes.
Were you able to activate that cell phone and perform an inspection of the contents of the phone itself?
Yes.
And did that involve actually going into the cell phone and viewing the content in certain apps?
Yes.
And did that, were you able to enter the Facebook app on Dakota Van Patten's phone?
I was.
And did you confirm that that Facebook app belonged to, or contained the Facebook profile of Dakota Van Patten?
Yes.
And when you did that, were you able to access the Facebook Messenger portion of it?
We were, or I was.
Did you find what appeared to be a communication between Dakota Van Patten and Taya Meyer?
Yes.
And did you scroll that that communication to see if there's any relevant content?
I did.
Okay. Did you find a conversation that, or at least an attempt at a conversation on there? Okay. And when were you looking at this cell phone?
I believe it was in July. I made a video of the conversation.
And so, before that, was the phone put in any kind of mode that would have kind of frozen in time?
Yes, it was put in airplane mode.
One second, I have to log back in. I'd like permission to publish and play States Exhibit 23.14.
Is it ready?
It is ready. Publishing now. I'm going to pause right here. So is this the, is this you scrolling Dakota Van Patten's phone here in the Facebook Messenger app after locating the correspondence or what could be correspondence between he and Taya Meyer?
Yes.
Pause again here. This, at the very top, it says Monday at 6:31 p.m. We've had some testimony about kind of what days or what here, with the understanding that Sunday was February 18th. So does this refer to Monday, February 19th?
That would be correct.
Okay. So the activity on here is what your training experience tells you transpired on Monday, February 19th at about 6:31 p.m.?
That'd be correct.
What do we see here as sort of the first entry in this?
It's an audio call within the Messenger app. And then there's a text that says, why'd you unadd me? Or bro, why'd you unadd me?
And does this appear to be an audio call attempted by the profile of Dakota Van Patten to Taya Meyer?
Yes.
Does this indicate, based on your training experience, that any conversation took place?
Yes.
It says call back on it. Do you have any kind of indication that they actually talked?
I would say if they're, I don't know. I do not know.
There's no indication like how long the phone call was or anything like that?
Not here, no.
And then we had some testimony before, but since you're on the stand, we'll see how you interpret this on your training experience. But what's it mean when someone says, bro, why'd you unadd me?
Why'd you unfriend me? As on Facebook, you can add people or friend them. Adding is usually a term for probably Snapchat or Instagram. Friending is more of a Facebook term, if you will.
We'll keep going here. Looks like we got, is there another phone call that was attempted by Mr. Van Patten's Facebook profile to Taya Meyer?
Yes.
And then underneath that, do we see just, it's hard to read, but is that just the name Taya?
Yes.
And we see another attempt at a phone call there at 6:43 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then can you read the messages sent by Mr. Van Patten's profile there?
Bro, I thought you cared, but IG, I'm assuming that IG is I guess, you just like all the others.
And then there's another attempt at a call there at 6:48 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay, you can take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Is this based upon the information gathered in this investigation, an attempt by profile Dakota Van Patten to reach out to Taya Meyer, first of all, after Melody Hoffman was killed?
That's correct, yes.
And also, based upon your investigation, after Dakota Van Patten had contact with Taya Meyer and confessed to the homicide.
Correct.
Some more people you talked to. Did you talk to a guy by the name of Brandon Monson?
I did.
Who's he?
He is the roommate of Taya Meyer, or a friend.
Did he have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
He did.
Did he tell you about a conversation that, by something that he overheard stated prior to these events?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that?
That he was in a vehicle with Logan Kempton, and that Logan and the defendant had a plan to kill somebody.
And did that involve Logan, the defendant, anybody else too?
That wasn't explicitly stated who. It was just him and the defendant, Logan and Dakota.
Did he mention Ken?
I don't recall.
And who's Shanta McMurray?
Shantae McMurray is a friend of defendant Van Patten's.
Based upon your investigation and talking to Ms. McMurray, did it appear to you that Ms. McMurray had some kind of ongoing relationship with Mr. Van Patten?
It appeared that way.
Did it appear that it was a friendship?
Friendship, maybe a relationship.
Maybe relationship. As part of your investigation, were you able to confirm that at some point in time, earlier in the evening of February 17th, 2024, that Mr. Van Patten was actually with Ms. McMurray?
Yes.
What was that?
She informed us that or during the investigation, we learned that he was at Pizza Ranch for a birthday party with Shantae.
When you talked to Shantae McMurray, did she have any direct knowledge about the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
No.
Have you had an opportunity prior to today to review a couple of exhibits, one being a conversation that took place between Shantae McMurray and Dakota Van Patten on or about March 3rd, 2024 that was recorded?
Yes.
As you understand, that was a conversation that was recorded by the technology at the Wayne County Correctional Center?
That's correct.
Did you also have an opportunity to review a text message conversation identified as being between Shantae McMurray and Dakota Van Patten on March 4th of 2024?
Yes.
I'll get this ready to go here, Judge. I'll let you know. Okay, I think I'm ready to publish and play 23.1. Oh, sorry, 23.18.1. Let me do so.
I think so. So you know, like, how to do that on background, how to figure that out? I didn't figure it out. Because if you have a constant picture, it looks like it's like between midnight or like 2 o'clock at that night, then I could basically just, or let's together, I could basically be like proven innocent. You should have some more because you were taking pictures that night, remember? Yeah. I hope you're smart. I am. How can we help you find it? It's like the ones with the numbers in the corner and the dashes and the time. Yes, Coda, I know. I thought or something. I don't know how the fuck all works. That's that. Yeah, like contact or something.
Defendant mumbling to himself, looking a little nervous there, scratching his head. A lot of notes.
Yeah, I don't know about this guy.
Well, we do need to take a break, but before we do, quick programming note. Coming up this weekend, right here on Court TV, Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowland is back for an all-new season.
That's right. In the season premiere, watch an interview with the defense attorneys involved in the Delphi murders case. You can hear them share their perspective on the jury's decision. You're not going to want to miss it. Victim to Verdict premieres this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on Court TV. We'll be right back with more after this quick break.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, breaking down today's opening statements in the Baby in the River murder trial. We'll bring you the biggest moments as the case gets underway.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The brutal murders of 2 young girls.
Delphi is not one of those places where this would happen.
I killed Abby and Lodi.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowland. Season premieres Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Back now to Iowa, where a man is facing trial for allegedly helping his friend to kill his girlfriend.
Dakota Van Patten, he is charged with first-degree murder as well as first-degree kidnapping in the death of 20-year-old Melody Hoffman.
Prosecutors say that Van Patten conspired with Hoffman's boyfriend, McKinley Louisma, to kidnap Hoffman, where they allegedly stabbed her with a machete and then dumped her body in a nearby pond.
Let's go back into the courtroom now. A sergeant is testifying about a jailhouse call made by Van Patten to a friend. Let's go back in.
Yeah. In this conversation, are Ms. McMurray and Mr. Van Patten talking about locating some kind of photos?
Yes.
Okay. And what photos is Mr. Van Patten asking Ms. McMurray to find?
To find pictures of themselves together in a certain time frame.
What time frame?
2 o'clock is the most notable one that you can hear in the audio.
And is that for the time frame when Melody Hoffman was kidnapped and killed?
Yes.
Now, we had a stipulation read into the record here earlier this afternoon, but is it also your understanding from this investigation that Ms. McMurray did not have those photos?
That's correct.
And that she never had those photos?
That's correct.
Does this appear to be Mr. Van Patten asking her to essentially find some photos?
Yes.
We also had 23.18.2. I'll get that ready to go here. I scrolled too quickly and I had to reset it. All right, this is going to be 23.18.2. And so this exhibit's a little different because you actually have to start at the back of it to do it chronologically, right?
Correct. At the top of the document is the most recent, and then it is in descending order. So for it to make sense, you got to start at the bottom and work your way up.
So the date on here appears to be March 4th of 2024. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And March 4th of 2024, your understanding that the messages on the left or in the gray are from Ms. McMurray?
That's correct.
As indicated by sender Jonathan McMurray? Right?
Correct.
And then the one in the blue are from Mr. Van Patten?
Correct.
Is this kind of a printout of the technology available to folks at Cline County Correctional Center to be able to text people outside of there?
Yes, it is.
So I will read Ms. McMurray's part here. Hey, babe, money is on. What's Mr. Van Patten say in response to that?
I know, LOL, laugh out loud.
And then this one, Brent says, LOL, call me. Before they turn off, I love you, baby, good night. Call me in the morning, okay? Sleep well and sweet dreams. What's Mr. Van Patten say in response to that text message on March 4th, about 8:29 p.m.?
I love you too. You find those pics we took between 11:30 and 4.
Now, this is a more specific time period, right?
Correct.
Okay, is this your understanding is referring to 11:30 to 4, February 17th into the 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Are you still looking for those pics?
Correct.
She says, yes, I found them, baby, and I'm sorry. Everyone was buddying in the convo. Babe, good night, baby. I love you. Get some sleep. Then what's Mr. Van Patten say in response to that?
Answer my question. They got the pics time and day. And how many pics is there? And I love you.
I think you got one ahead of me on the bottom there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. Can you read that?
Do they have the time and the day? The 17th, I think.
And then says, I love you, good night, no more messages, get some sleep, baby. What's Mr. Van Patten say then?
Answer my question. They got the time and day. And how many pics is there? And I love you.
She says, I don't know how many there is, and yes, good night, babe, I love you. And then Mr. Van Patten's last message. Go ahead and read that.
I love you too. Good night, sweet dreams, babe.
And so, as you understand, this is the continuation of that phone call where Mr. Van Patten's asked for these pictures that didn't exist?
Yes.
That's all I have for this exhibit, Your Honor. One more person I want to ask you about that you interviewed in connection to this case. Did you speak to Logan Kimpton?
I did.
Did Logan Kimpton admit to being directly involved in the kidnapping and homicide of Melody Hoffman?
No.
And we'll come back around to it, but did you have an opportunity to interview Mr. Van Patten?
I did.
When did that take place?
That was on February 19th. I'm sorry. Yes, the 19th. I apologize.
And just as a preview to that, when you interviewed him, did he admit to being directly involved in the kidnapping and homicide of Melody Hoffman?
No, he did not.
I'm going to shift gears here. When you were talking about your experience, Investigator Peterson, you mentioned that you've got some experience in analyzing and interpreting cell phone location data, right?
That's correct.
Okay. As part of your experience, do you work with other agencies who put together reports in a format that allow you to explain those findings, either to prosecutors or to witnesses or to juries?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, did the FBI put together?
Let's go ahead and bring in our guest this hour to discuss. Still with us, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. Marie, from that witness there, we were hearing the name Logan Kimpton. So we're talking about 3 men in this case. One's already serving a life sentence. Logan, however, they're not saying that he went and participated in the brutal killing, but his trial is going to be coming up next. But what are you taking away from this witness so far?
I think he's talking about a lot of things that put together the dots of circumstantial evidence. I think the information that he gave earlier concerning the Facebook messages, where basically the defendant was catching feelings because Louisma unfriended him. It really is giving me vibes that this defendant is a psychophantic thrill killer. And it adds to the motive. It doesn't explain why someone would do that, but it seems like he wanted to be friends with Louisma so bad and fit in that he helped in this murder. And maybe he thought it was going to be just a kidnapping, because maybe that's all, just to scare her, and then it just got out of hand. But that still puts him where a felony was being committed and someone died as a result. So either way you look at it, he's going to be caught up in that conspiracy. And the text messages prove that he wanted to be friends with the person who is currently doing time for murdering. So he wasn't just merely there, he wanted to be there. And he acted accordingly to help the murder happen. That's what all of this is telling me.
You know, Marie, they're going over these text messages which will be back in that jury room when they deliberate. And it's between these co-defendants. As you mentioned, you know, it's Logan Kimpton who hasn't gone yet to trial. But it's a text message where it's in general saying text to kill somebody. They don't mention this particular victim. So right there, to your point, thrill kill is where my mind went.
Yep, a sycophantic thrill killer. At that age, they want to fit in. He was older, he was 24, they were younger, he was bigger, he looked meaner, and maybe they just wanted to fit in and say, bro, I could do this, let's do it, and then be part of something bigger in their young minds. Maybe that's a mitigator once he gets convicted. They could put that in the mitigation package. His age and his thirst to be accepted into that world of Louisma.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible, Marie. You know, if he gets convicted, they'll have to put on some kind of mitigation here. So we'll see. All right, Marie, thank you so much.
Yeah, and coming up, we're going to see more of this direct and then the cross in this trial. Playing out there in Iowa, the machete murder plot trial for Dakota Van Patten. We'll be right back.
We will get you back to the machete murder plot trial in just a moment. But first, we do have an update on Sean Diddy Combs. He has an upcoming sentencing date.
That's right. Monday, his attorneys asked the judge to sentence him to no more than 14 months behind bars, which is about the time that Combs has already served.
Diddy was found guilty on 2 prostitution charges. This was back in July. And prosecutors have said that they will be asking for Combs to be sentenced for substantially longer than the 4 to 5 years they originally proposed. Combs is scheduled to be sentenced on October 3rd.
And you'll be there for it all.
I will, definitely.
Let's head back now to Iowa together for more testimony in the machete murder plot trial for Dakota Van Patten. He's charged with first-degree murder in the death of this 20-year-old right here, Melody Hoffman.
At the time of her death, Hoffman was dating McKinley Louisma, who you're looking at right there. He was friends with the defendant in this case, Van Patten. Louisma has admitted to investigators that he did kidnap Hoffman with the help of Van Patten and physically beat her. So why don't we go ahead and pick it up right where we left off. We have some more testimony from the sergeant, Sergeant Tom Peterson, and he's with the Marion Police Department.
In this case, did the FBI put together a report involving some cell phone location data?
They did.
Did you have an opportunity to review that report prior to today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 17.1, Your Honor.
Proceed now.
Thank you. So this has already been received into evidence, Investigator Peterson. The first thing that jumps out is it says draft a bunch of times on the top there. Is it your understanding that this is the report in the draft form, but has been since confirmed to be also the final?
Correct.
Report. Okay. Let's talk about the accounts that you analyzed here first. And I'll mention too, we have some other exhibits I didn't show. We can do that here in a little bit, but there's 17.1.1 through 17.1.4. Are you familiar with those?
Once I see them, yes. Not the numbers.
You remember reviewing some certifications you got from the cell phone companies?
Yes.
Okay. And so when we see those, are those certifications that, do they come from the cell phone companies?
Yes, each cell phone company will send a certified letter that this is the true and correct information coming from the cell company.
Is that something you get so we don't have to call somebody in from Verizon to talk about it every time we need to? Okay. So let's get right into the report here. Which accounts did investigators analyze here?
If you look at the bottom down here, these are the 4 target numbers that were with their search warrants, and then the returns were used to analyze and put into this record. The first number is Logan Kimpton's phone number, and then his information will be in black. Green is going to be defendant Van Patten's, and then McKinley Louisma's phone is in red, and Melody's with U.S. Cellular is going to be in purple.
Okay, so this just tells us when we're looking at this report, we've got color coding.
Yes.
It also tells us what company each of these individuals was affiliated with.
That's correct.
Quick on this page, what's this here for?
This is just saying this is a draft. When the cast analysis is done by an FBI agent, they peer review their information. This report was peer reviewed, but since the agent that put this report together is not testifying, we decided to leave this slide in there saying it's still a draft, but it has been peer reviewed.
And this is the final copy, even though we have the draft language in here.
That's correct.
Next paragraph, we have a few paragraphs here. Kind of what are they telling us here?
Essentially, it's stating that the FBI was asked by the Marion Police Department to look at the phone records for the 4 target numbers on the 17th and 18th or February 17th and 18th of 2024. And then the methodology is just saying kind of how they use it by using cell sites. And then each cell site location will be on the map based on latitude and longitude. So the records come back with latitude, longitudes, and then they put them on a Google map essentially to where those locations are at.
What do we have here?
So cell towers or cell sites, as they're generally the terms used by analysts, can be basically anything. Anything that you can attach a antenna to for a cell phone. Around here in Iowa, it's generally cell phone towers out in a cornfield. But in town, they'll attach them to the buildings, like you can see down here. Literally, as long as you can attach a cell phone radio antenna, you can have a cell site.
Probably not going to have a cactus in Iowa, though. That'd be
probably not
inconspicuous. Next page here, we're at, says sectors, orientation, and illustration. What are they talking about here?
So each cell site, as you can see on the left-hand side here, is divided up into 3 different sectors. It's 120 degrees each, and then when that sector is activated with the phone, on the right-hand side, you'll get this indication with this kind of arch and the arms that stick out for that cell site that is activated. The biggest thing I'll note is with these activated sectors, the cell tower can reach anywhere from 1 mile to 25 miles, depending on the density of the population and the usage and kind of structure. It's kind of hard to picture this when on the map when they're little small arcs, but in your mind, if you can, extend those arms out.
So when we see arcs in this report here, indicating north, east, southwest, got that arrow in the middle of the arc. Is that indicating that the cell is being used, kind of pointing in the direction where it's being used?
So I'll use the right-hand side one here. When the sector is activated, it's just going to show that. It's not going to show exactly the angle within the degrees where the phone's at in these records. But the phone is in with that activated sector.
So not at the spot where it's at, but in the sector.
Correct.
And this page is called Map Illustrations. What's this telling us?
So like I was just talking about on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side here, this is a demonstration of what an activated cell site sector is. This is kind of a zoomed-in view, but once that sector is activated, it will be indicated by the color-coded activation. And then on the right-hand side here, this is, I would just call it like a data box for each event that's within the cell phone records. I think I previously stated that they come in as like an Excel file. So all this information is in the Excel file to include the cell site number. They're unique numbers to each tower. And then the date that the record occurred, the number that called.
We say a lot around here at Court TV, in the cases that we cover, it's like the cell phone is the new fingerprints, right, in these cases, and part of this evidence that's being presented. All right, we do need to take a break right now. Coming up, more testimony in the murder trial for Dakota Van Patten.
Tragedy on the Mississippi, a young mother executed and her 2-day-old daughter allegedly thrown into the river. Now the baby's father stands trial for double murder.
The Baby in the River murder trial today, only on Court TV.
Tonight, on Closing Arguments, breaking down today's opening statements in the Baby in the River murder trial. We'll bring you the biggest moments as the case gets underway.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Matt Johnson, Kelly Craft with you this afternoon. Let's head back together to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where we have been watching and catching up on testimony in the machete murder plot trial.
The defendant in this case, his name is Dakota Van Patten, and he's charged with first-degree murder in the death of Melody Hoffman. Prosecutors say that Van Patten helped a friend kidnap and kill Hoffman last year.
All right, let's get you back to court now. We have been listening to key testimony from an investigator reviewing cell phone data.
Is associated with that record, what type of event it is. It can be anything from a data, a voice, which is like a phone call, text, and I think there's one called signaling. I'm not exactly sure what T-Mobile means by signaling, but it's an event no matter what. And then the last number for the voice part of it, so this was a phone call that they're displaying. This is the target number that was called out to.
So in some of these events, we get some pretty detailed information about what's going on with the phone?
Correct.
Does there have to be some kind of event on the phone in order to generate a record and therefore a hit off a cell tower?
Yes, this is the phone connecting, this data box is the phone connecting to a site and recording what it's doing.
So for example, if let's say somebody's not actively using a phone, you may not get a record unless they do something with it, right?
Or there's in the background things like your Facebook, whatever, your other apps will talk to the tower and you won't even know that your phone is connecting to a cell phone tower.
So what we have is either an active event, like one of the things indicated here, or an app that's active in the background that's actively connecting to a tower.
Correct.
Or we might have, if we have no activity, it doesn't mean the phone's not in the area, it just means it's not activating the tower.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement? Timing advanced explanation and illustration, what's that mean?
So timing advanced or real-time data, each company calls it different. This is only available on 4G and 5G phones or networks. Essentially what it is the time that your phone takes to talk from where it's at to the tower and back. And by that, the companies are to determine how far away the phone is within the sector. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's straight out, like in this illustration. It just means the phone is within that band. And I think those bands are approximately 160 yards wide. So the phone's within that band off that tower or that sector.
So this gives us a little bit more specific information on where they are.
Correct.
Whereas if we don't have the, I don't know what they call it, the arc here, then it's in the area, but not in that. We can't be more specific.
Correct. If it doesn't have this arch or band, it's in the sector. This shows us where it's within the sector.
Okay, now we have a geographic overview here on the next page we're on here. What's this tell us?
So these are all the towers in the metro area as of January 2024. Green was represented by defendant Van Patten's phone or service. If you notice, it's kind of clustered in the center of town, but as you spread out there, outside of town, there's less towers as there's less demand for data. On the right-hand side up here in the legend, these are all addresses or locations that are relevant to this investigation. The first one, Melody Hoffman's residence at 1240 South 12th Street in Marion. It's right here. And then the next relevant address, which is only a few blocks away, is 440 Meadowview Drive. The blue, that was the green icon. The blue icon that's along Highway 100 with the eye, that is the location where Melody's phone was located by Megan on the on-ramp to Highway 100 off of Edgewood Road. The red box over here is Morgan Creek on the west side of town, and then the blue box clear down here is Lily Pond.
Okay. So you picked some key locations in this case to note as we lay out the cell phone towers.
Yes.
This page says that these are T-Mobile towers.
Correct.
Are those, which user is that affiliated with?
Van Patten's.
Next page we have similar type of page here, but we have some red towers. So what's this?
This is Verizon's towers as of February 2024. And the color coded for Verizon was defendant Luisma's. So most notably, they have a lot more towers in the metro area and less out in the, if you will, country.
Okay. Next page, towers are purple.
They are purple, and that is U.S. Cellular for Melody's phone carrier.
We're getting a lot more into the analysis here. So this page gives us a cell site analysis, and then on the top says February 17, 2024 at 6:24 p.m. to 12 a.m. What is this page intended to depict?
So this is the records that returned from that time period on the 17th, from 6:24 to the 18th at 12 a.m. And then if you look on, there's only one call box, if you will, or data entry, and it was an outgoing call from defendant Luisma's phone. It was 18 seconds. You can see a little 18 there, and then the phone number on the right-hand side, the sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to get you with the laser. 363 is associated with Nakia's phone number.
So given this is McKinley Luisma's phone, then does this simply indicate that he's in that area near Unity Point Hospital about 6:24 p.m. makes a call to Nakia?
Correct.
Next page we have here, it looks like is this still McKinley Luisma's phone?
It is. Anything in red will be Mr. Luisma's phone.
And this has cell site connections on February 18th, 2024 from 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. So we jumped all the way to midnight.
Still with us, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. All right, Marie, from this witness, we are hearing about the pings, the cell phone towers. We have Luisma, we have Van Patten, as well as the victim. In this case, defense counsel has not said, she conceded that he was there. He was there, Marie.
And that doesn't solve all of her problems because like Matt said, the telephones these days, the digital evidence, that footprint is problematic. It's like the cell phones. The social media accounts are the snitches against the criminals. And it's time that they learn that. It's not just, I was there, but I didn't do anything. It doesn't work because all of the other pieces of circumstantial evidence that they're building against him, which earlier, one of the guests said is like a building is already being built with all of the evidence. It's hard for the defense to just say Constitution, reasonable doubt, I was there, but I didn't do anything. It is showing that it was a part of the conspiracy.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Dante said earlier, Marie, it's like a mansion of evidence against him.
Exactly.
Yeah, not just a mountain, a mansion on top of that mountain. Marie, you know, you're also a registered nurse. We sometimes get your perspective on what the victim may have gone through. I mean, this is someone, Melody Hoffman, a young lady that was strangled, stabbed, and choked. Just what goes through your mind when you hear those?
I think torture. I think malice murder. I think premeditation. I think demon. I think conviction. I think accountability. I think too bad there's no death penalty. That's what I think, because you know what? They tortured her. It was unnecessary for them to do that and then take a photo of her bound up crying. Too much.
Yeah, no, it definitely is too much. Very, very sad case we're watching here, Marie. We always appreciate your excellent insight, and it's always great to see you, Marie.
Yeah, and then the photos even after.
Oh, those were terrible.
It's just terrible. All right, we are going to continue our coverage. Stick around with Court TV. More key testimony in the Machete murder plot trial. Playing out there in Iowa for this guy right there, Van Patten. You're watching Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice. Welcome back. This is Court TV Live. I'm Matt Johnson, your host for this hour, filling in for Julia Janae. Thanks for being with us on this busy Tuesday. And we are bringing you testimony out of Lynn County, Iowa, in the machete murder plot trial against Dakota Van Patten. He is the 19-year-old, right there on your screen, accused of helping to kidnap and kill his friend's girlfriend, Megan Hoffman. This happened in February last year. Prosecutors say that Hoffman had been beaten, tied, kidnapped, mutilated, and then her killers celebrated her death. Van Patten's defense claims that he did not participate and he had no motive to kill. Let's get you back into that courtroom now, where the sergeant is still on direct testifying about the defendant's cell phone data on the night of the murder.
So we're down. I'll read off of this one. It's at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it only lasts till 3:04 in the morning. It was a data session. That tower is along Business Highway 151, and it's facing southwest.
And is that Highway 151 then the same area or the same road that would travel south westbound to the amount of colonies in Lily Lake?
Yes, you can get that way. Why are you taking that road?
This indicated a data session was initiated on Mr. Louisma's phone around approximately 3 a.m. in that general area.
Yes.
Now, we don't see anything in between that right now.
That's correct.
So based on your prior testimony, is that indicative of potentially the phone just not being activated to use during that time?
Well, whatever was using it was from 118, whatever the phone needed for data. It was activated for that 6 hours. And like I testified earlier, the cell sites can go out or they can reach out to up to 25 miles depending on terrain and density and call volume, if you will, for that cell site tower. So it's still communicating with that tower the entire time.
Okay. All right. So there's some app or something that's open during that entire time?
Yes.
Now we're at February 18, 2024. We're still in the early morning hours, 3 a.m. to 3:40 a.m. Let's talk first about number one here. What's that?
Number one is our last number two from the previous slide.
Gotcha. We've already talked about that, so we'll move up to number two, where we have another, it looks like, indication of a data session that's hitting up here in area indicated number two.
That activation was another data session for 240 seconds from 3:40 to 3:44 in the morning. And cell site number two, right here, I believe that's actually at the intersection of Lyndale Drive and Blair's Ferry. If you're familiar with that area next to Wilbur Vaults, it's a very tall tower. And that activated sector is also in the general direction of Taya Meyer's residence at Valley Drive.
So that where Taya Meyer lived on Valley Drive is up in the same area indicated.
Further north, actually right about here, sorry.
Still with Mr. Louisma's phone here from 3:40 a.m. to 7:23 a.m. Let's start with number one again. Is that same session you're just talking about from the last page?
Number one is number two from the last page.
So now we can move to number two. Now we're up here kind of generally in the city of Hiawatha. Tell us a little about what the analysis showed in that area.
There's multiple connections for data sessions between 4:19 a.m. to 7:53 a.m. And this activated sector is pointing in the general area of Hummingbird Lane, which is right next to 380, about this intersection.
That's here where Mr. Louisma was living at the time?
That's correct.
So it indicates that some data sessions were going on there during the 4 a.m. hours?
Correct.
So we're jumping now to green, and again, whose activities depicted in green?
This would be Defendant Van Patten's phone.
And this is from February 17, 2024, 11:29 p.m. to February 18th, 2024 at 1 a.m. Let's start with the first entry here. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
The first entry here is only looks like a data session connected for a second at 11:29 p.m. This activated sector is facing the area of the Hoffman residence, and that time is approximately when Melody was picked up that evening.
Going to number 2 here, we're going to move. Now I can't seem to find where number 2 is. See the
Number
box.
2 is down here.
Okay. All right. Tell us what's going on with session number 2.
There are 2 more data entries, or just data sessions that were, looks like approximately for a second, at 11:45 p.m. and 12:05 a.m. on the next day. And that cell site number 2 is pointing in those activated sectors incorporate Morgan Creek.
Number 3 looks like that indicates 12:22 and 50 seconds. What's in that area?
Again, number 3 is just another cell site that points, the activated sector points towards Morgan Creek, and it was just for 1 second. I'll note, sometimes cell phone towers will connect to the first, they'll connect to the first available. It doesn't matter how close you are or how far away you are, whatever site connects to your phone first, that's the one that the phone's going to go with.
And then now let's go up to number 4 here. This is still on February 18th of 2024, but now it's at about approximately 12:54 a.m.
Correct. There's 2 data sessions there. Again, this is likely that tower at the intersection of Lindale and Blair's Ferry, pointing back towards the Hoffman residence and Hannah Park.
Is this consistent with your investigation, particularly your information obtained from Megan Hoffman that showed that while she was watching Melody's phone, that it went to the Morgan Creek, Cherry Hill area, and then proceeded back into Marion on around this time?
Yes.
These are all data sessions, right?
That's correct.
And just to kind of hit on again there, that could be any kind of activity. Is that any kind of activity that's there?
Anything that the phone needs to talk to a tower with.
Sometimes could that be something that you don't even realize your phone's doing?
Correct.
Does that make it a little hard to be more specific about what's going on?
Yes.
Cell phone data towers aren't going to tell us that information, just the activities associated, right? Okay. We're on to the next page here. This is, again, Mr. Van Patten's phone, but now we're in the hours of 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. on February 18th. Let's start with number 1 here.
Number 1 is at 1:29 a.m. Again, just a short data session. The tower that's activated is south of the Cedar River along Edgewood Road. The activated sector is pointing north back towards Highway 100 and along Edgewood Road.
Is that consistent with your investigation that Melody, Mr. Van Patten, and Mr. Louisma were moving out of Marion and heading southbound around that time?
Yes.
Let's go to number 2.
Number 2 is clear over here east of the Eastern Ohio Airport. Again, there are 2 short data sessions at 1:45 a.m. and 1:47 a.m. This is a good representation of, when we get to the next call box here, that this tower is fairly far away in comparison to number 3 along the known route that the defendants traveled that evening or that morning.
But consistent with cell tower data being able to hit even from that distance?
Yes.
Okay, number 3 here. What do we see here?
Another data session for a second at 1:54 a.m. on the 18th.
Is that consistent with all 3 of these persons then continuing to head southbound to the Lily Lake area?
Yes.
Sticking with Mr. Van Patten's phone here again, starting with entry number 1 as depicted here. Tell us about that.
Number 1, again, just a data session at 2:05 a.m. It's pointing towards the Walford area along 151. And then the next data session hitting off Tower 2, the activated sector, is down towards Lily Lake. And then in the call box, it's from their each data sessions between 2:22 and 2:30 in the morning.
A lot of cell phone data there, painting a big picture for this jury in Iowa. Let us know what you think about the case. Reach out on social media. We read your comments. Coming up, more testimony in the Machete murder plot trial. This is Court TV Live.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, breaking down today's opening statements in the Baby in the River murder trial. We'll bring you the biggest moments as the case gets underway.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The brutal murders of 2 young girls.
Delphi is not one of those places where this would happen.
I killed Abby and Lily.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. Season premieres Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
one side as we go.
Okay, I'm looking for branch, I'm looking for chamber. What's the issue?
It was just a different setting the TV was on than what we need to connect to. I've rectified it.
Are you using this for opening?
I don't believe we're using it for opening, Your Honor, but one for witnesses.
Okay.
So.
No titties.
I do have a witness list now. Oh, mercy. What are you? I'm trying to see what you're doing.
She said something with her chair.
Swap it out. She said something's wrong with it, and there's something wrong with it. Swap it out. Is Mr. Isabelle ready? I mean, I'm just making sure, because I know he has some extra things he has to do.
We're just about finished, Judge, with our agreement on this.
No chambers?
Check it. Should be up there. But I think you're over it, I sent you the wrong one. Let me resend it.
So you are redacting, you need the court to print 6 copies? Or just my copy?
If we could maybe do 1 copy for the defense, 1 copy for the state, 1 copy for the court.
What about Ms. Winnie?
I've got it digitally on here in our file.
I include her in my count.
Thank you.
So 2, 3. Got it.
I must have just.
Recess.
What's that, recess?
Why don't you just send it straight to Denise Harris? Because that's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna forward it.
Okay.
Well, I got Newton here. Is he in this operation?
I'll do this one. Thank you, though. I understand.
He's going to be taking my picture Friday.
Hey,
Friday night.
okay, that's why I got Branch here, so I still need chambers. Why don't y'all let me know when we get all of the deputies that need to be sworn so we can get to work? That would be great.
Yeah, that's our.
let it happen again. All right, so where are we?
I am emailing the redactions to Ms. Harris right now with your honor, the state and defense all copied. Requesting 1 copy for the state, 1 copy for the defense, 1 copy for you. And then if we are going to, we'll talk about if we're going to make copies for the jurors and if we are going to, how we will situate that.
And we'll need to redact the actual audio, and we won't be using this for a little while, so we'll provide that to defense so that they can review it, make sure it's
let me just be clear and let me understand. You all had 6 calls that you were concerned with. You were able to come to an agreement as to the calls, and the letters are not coming in.
Yes.
That's where we are.
Yeah, Your Honor ruled on that.
And none of these, and I ruled on the photograph, none of these jail calls transcriptions are coming in today.
Correct.
So I don't have to run back here and make copies for you right now.
No.
I just need to get it to you maybe before close of business.
And we have a digital copy to everybody already. I just wanted the record to be complete.
So as it relates to the items on your most recent motion, the letters are not going to be introduced. The phone calls by agreement have been redacted digitally.
With the exception of Exhibit D and F, and those are excluded by agreement.
Thank you.
And we'll make copies of the transcript for the jury when the time comes, so everybody can have that to follow along.
All right, so are we ready?
We have one more matter, Your Honor. We'll be calling for the rule. However, we are requesting that April Campbell, who is the mother and grandmother of the victims, pursuant to the Victims' Bill of Rights, be allowed to sit in. She will be called rather early on in the proof, but she does have the right to be here.
And Your Honor, I have no objection. And I will say, depending on when our expert, Mr. Neuschatz, is able to be here, he is Jewish, so he's observing Rosh Hashanah today and tomorrow. But I do anticipate him wanting to sit in on the testimony of the officers who took the statement.
I believe you indicated that when we discussed expert testimony, when you continued to send emails asking for who was testifying, your response was you wanted your expert to sit in during the state's testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. So I have no objection to to Ms. Campbell remaining in the courtroom, and I just wanted to make for the record that note.
Call for the rule with the exception of April Campbell. You ready to get the jury in?
I'm sorry?
Are we ready to bring the jury in?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Have you all had an opportunity to
Got a
review?
jury in the courtroom.
Did we get our coffee? Yes. Did we get our lunch?
Yes.
Yes. Are we awake?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This is the portion of the program where I give you some preliminary instructions. Throughout the last 2 days, you've been instructed that I would give you the law. Right now, I'm going to give you a basic outline of what to expect these next few days going forward. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant is charged with first-degree murder, premeditated killing, 2 counts. First-degree murder, killing in perpetration of aggravated child neglect, and especially aggravated kidnapping. The essential elements of first-degree murder, premeditated killing, in counts 1 and 2 of the indictment are as follows: that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and that the defendant acted intentionally, and that the killing was premeditated. The essential elements of first-degree murder, killing in perpetration of aggravated child neglect, in count 3 of the indictment are as follows: that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate the alleged aggravated child neglect, that is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged aggravated child neglect and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event, and that the defendant intended to commit the alleged aggravated child neglect. The essential elements necessary to constitute aggravated child neglect are that the defendant knowingly neglected a child so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare, and that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, and that the child was 8 years of age or less. The elements of first-degree murder have already been set out and are previously explained in count 1 and 2 of this indictment. The essential elements of aggravated child neglect in count 4 of the indictment are as follows: that the defendant knowingly neglected a child so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare, that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, and that the child was 8 years of age or less. The essential elements of especially aggravated kidnapping in count 5 of the indictment are as follows: that the defendant knowingly removed or confined another unlawfully so as to interfere substantially with the other's liberty, and that the alleged victim suffered serious bodily injury during the removal or confinement. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorneys' arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea what the state's case is about. The opening statement is not evidence. After the state's opening statement, the attorney for the defendant may make an opening statement if he or she should choose. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of testimony of witnesses, physical exhibits, and documents. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will have an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After the state's rebuttal, the defense may put on further proof. After you've heard all of the evidence, the state and the defense may present final arguments. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in returning your verdict. After you hear my instructions, I will select and excuse the alternate jurors. The final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected in responses to questions and objections the attorneys raise during the trial and in my final jury instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law and my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you will arrive at a verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent. Thus, a defendant is not required to prove his innocence, to have his attorney make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crimes charged in the indictment. You must base that decision only on the evidence of the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did the witness have an opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are some of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decisions on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about and evaluate the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have heard the terms circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. You may consider both kinds of evidence, which are considered to be of equal value in the law. You must listen carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your personal use during your deliberations. You're not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as precise as any written note. During the course of the trial, you shall not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk to them about any subject whatsoever. You might see them in the hallway, on an elevator, or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is to not say anything. You should also not discuss the case amongst yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of this case. It is important that you wait until all of the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of the law before you deliberate amongst yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all of the evidence you may properly consider. Because of this, you shall not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think may be helpful. Do not engage in any outside reading, visit any locations mentioned in the case, or try to learn about the case outside of this courtroom in any other manner. There will be media reports in the newspapers, on TV, and or on the radio about this particular case. If there are, you are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to those reports. You as jurors must base your decisions solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness gives. This simply means that the attorney is requesting that I make a decision about a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection, The witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what that answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide this case based on the evidence that's presented to you. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. And in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room. While we will attempt to resolve some of these issues in the mornings before we get started, in the long run, they save time for all of us. If after your deliberations you find a defendant guilty of any offense, there will be a second phase that we've already discussed during voir dire, in which we will have what we call a mini trial, and the state will put on additional proof, and perhaps the defense will as well. But that's only if we make it through the guilt phase. We're all clear on that point. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the indictment.
May I approach?
Please.
State of Tennessee, Criminal Courts of Shelby County, July term 2022. Count 1. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath present that Brandon Isabelle, between January 30th, 2022 and February 3rd, 2022, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Danielle Hoyle in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed by the District Attorney General, Steve Mulroy. Count 2. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, present that Brandon Isabelle, between July 30th, 2022 and February 3rd, 2022, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Kennedy Hoyle in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed by the District Attorney General, Steve Mulroy. Count 3. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of Shelby, the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, present that Brandon Isabelle, between January 30th, 2022 and February 3rd, 2022, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and with the intent to commit aggravated child neglect, kill Kennedy Hoyle in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate aggravated child neglect in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed by the District Attorney General, Steve Mulroy. Count 4. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, present that Brandon Isabelle, between January 30th, 2022 and February 3, 2022, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly neglect Kennedy Hoyle, a child 8 years of age or less, so as to adversely affect the health and welfare of said child, such act resulting in serious bodily injury to the said child, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-15-402, against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed by the District Attorney General, Steve Mulroy. Count 5. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected and paneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county, Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, present that Brandon Isabelle, between January 30, 2022 and February 3rd, 2022, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly remove or confine Kennedy Hoyle so as to interfere substantially with the liberty of the said Kennedy Hoyle, and said Kennedy Hoyle did suffer serious bodily injury in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-305 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed by the District Attorney General, Steve Mulroy. Indictment number 2203799. State of Tennessee versus Brandon Isabelle. A true bill signed by the foreperson of the grand jury on September 13th of 2022.
Ms. Fuchs, Mr. Massey, how does your defendant wish to plead to each count in the indictment?
Your Honor, as to the charges listed in the indictment, Mr. Isabelle pleads not guilty.
Thank you. Does the state wish to make an opening statement?
We do, Your Honor.
Go ahead, please.
It was the morning of February 2nd, 2022. Cold, bleak. Mud Island, where the Wolf River meets the Mississippi, was colorless. Shades of gray and brown, except for a small baby cat, so out of place, lying on the riverbank, the only indication of what the defendant, Brandon Isabelle, did mere hours earlier. Danielle Hoyle was 27 years old, and she worked at FedEx. That's where she met the defendant, a meeting that would change the course of her life and so many others forever. They had a brief sexual relationship, and Danielle got pregnant with Kennedy. The defendant then started dating another woman, Artisha Stewart. She also worked at FedEx. To the defendant, she was the perfect woman. He wanted to be with Artisha, and he'd do anything to keep her. Late the night of January 30th of 2022, the defendant received word that Danielle was in labor at Regional 1. He went to the hospital, and during those late night hours and early morning hours, he was texting Artisha. Their relationship had been on the rocks for a while. Artisha didn't want to deal with another child or another baby mama in the mix. And so they were going back and forth. Artisha was talking about ending things, breaking up, and the defendant was trying to convince her to stick with the relationship. In the midst of these text messages, in the wee hours of January 31st, 2022, baby Kennedy Caitlin Hoyle, was born. Later that morning, the defendant met up with Artisha at Mud Island by the river to talk about the relationship, and nothing was resolved. Fast forward to February 1st of 2022. Danielle's released from the hospital with her precious newborn daughter, Kennedy. She takes the baby home to meet her family, and her mother, April Campbell, gets to spend one precious hour with Kennedy. She didn't know that that was the only time she would get to spend with her granddaughter, and the last time that she would see her daughter Danielle alive. Danielle left that night in her Chevy Cruze. She had Kennedy in her car seat in the back seat, and she was going to meet the defendant. He said that he had baby clothes for her, and so they met at a Matco on Brooks and Elvis Presley. Somehow, the defendant convinced Danielle to drive down Sedgwick Road where it meets Levi, a desolate, deserted, dark road. Danielle pulled to the side of the road, parked the wrong way. The defendant exited his vehicle, opened the passenger door, and fired 5 shots into Danielle's car, striking her in the face and the head. He dragged her body from the car, leaving her face down in a ditch, so dark that all that could be seen were Danielle's bright pink shoes. He took Kennedy in her car seat from Danielle's car, put her in his Chevy Malibu, and drove away from the scene, leaving Danielle face down, blood gushing from her head in the muddy rainwater. For a while, the defendant drove around with little Kennedy. He eventually made his way back to 8072 Lathbury in Cordova, which is where he lived with his parents. He went inside the house, changed clothes, put his Adidas slides in the trunk of his car, and got back in the Chevy Malibu. Kennedy was still in the car, not even 2 days old. He had one more problem to take care of. He drove to Mud Island. Real-time crime center cameras show his car going up and down Island Drive until he finally stops at the old boat ramp where the mouth of the Wolf River and the Mississippi meet. He took Kennedy from her car seat, grabbed her by the leg, and threw her into the cold, dark water, not realizing that her little baby cap had fallen from her head and lay resting on the riverbank. He got back into his car, and during this night, he's still texting with Artesia. And his phone, the GPS is on, and it's tracking everywhere he goes. A silent witness to a murderous night. He continues on to Walgreens, where he buys gifts for Artesia. He sits in the parking lot, and he texts Danielle, asking about the baby, knowing that she'll never answer. To cover his tracks. Meanwhile, Officer Cody Sutton with the Memphis Police Department is on routine patrol. He's out of the Rains precinct, patrolling South Memphis, and he drives down Sedgwick Road. He knows the area. It's an area that commonly stolen cars are left. And so when he pulls up, he doesn't think anything of it. He sees a Chevy Cruze parked on the wrong side of the road. It looks like it has a shattered window, so he runs the tag. It's dark and raining, and the tag comes back to Danielle Hoyle. So he sends officers to Danielle's home, thinking they're investigating a stolen vehicle. When they arrive, Danielle's not there. They encounter her mother, April Campbell. April informs the officers that Danielle left earlier that night to see her baby's father, that she had a newborn with her, and they hadn't heard from her and didn't know where she was. Meanwhile, Officer Sutton is still on the scene at Sedgwick. He gets out of his vehicle to take a closer look. and he finds the gruesome discovery of Danielle's body. Now at this point, the Memphis Police Department is starting to realize the gravity of missing Kennedy. Officer Sutton looked around. He found no baby. He found no car seat. Just a bag, a baby bag, with the name Kennedy in the Chevy Cruze to show that she was ever there. A city watch goes out. While this is starting to happen, the defendant has another stop to make. He drives to Walmart on Elvis Presley. He then pulls to the back of the Walmart and drops Kennedy's car seat next to a locked dumpster. And that car seat is later found by a Good Samaritan and Officer Robert Blake. He's still texting with Artesia. She finally relents and says he can come over. He beats her home to 5061 Stacy Road. She pulls up in her Kia Soul, and she can't even make it in her door before the defendant is jumping into her car, telling her that they need to leave. Danielle's family is out looking for him. They want to know where Danielle and the baby are. So Artesia drives him back to 8072 Lathbury in Cordova. That's where the defendant and Artesia Stewart are detained by the Memphis Police Department. Sergeants Wimbush and Boyd with Homicide began to question the defendant. And through that questioning, it becomes apparent that they need to go to Mud Island. And so a frantic search begins for baby Kennedy on Mud Island. The Braden dive team with divers Hunter Winfrey and Kyle Borland, the Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency with Agent Andy Tweed, numerous MPD officers on the ground, air support, a helicopter, a drone, looking for baby Kennedy. But they didn't find her. All they found was that baby cat on the riverbank. As Sergeant Boyd and Wimbush continued to speak with the defendant, more information came to light. Sergeant Fowler and Officer Cole went to 5061 Stacy Road, Artesia Stewart's home. That's where the defendant had left his car, the white Chevy Malibu. They searched the car, and in the trunk of the vehicle, they found the Adidas slides that the defendant was wearing. Officer Carlyle took the clothing that the defendant was in when he was taken into custody. And he noticed that the defendant was wearing a pair of white socks with what looked to be blood on them. Officer Carlyle, the crime scene, processed both the Adidas slides and those white socks and used a presumptive test, which indicated blood. Those two items were then sent to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation for DNA testing. Agent Stephen Walzak did the testing on those items and determined that the blood on the socks and the Adidas slides belonged to Danielle Hoyle. Ladies and gentlemen, once you've heard all the proof in this case, the witness accounts, the DNA, the video, once you have heard all the evidence, the state will ask that you find the defendant guilty of each and every count of the indictment.
Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Come back to center with me first. We talked in board down about how the state made the allegations, and they have. They did it through an indictment, and they did it through their opening statement. Now, it is up to them, the burden is on them to prove these allegations. To prove these allegations beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, we also talked about how you can't know for sure if truth is being told to you. And that's understandable. Truth rings like a bell on a clear day. truth does not lend itself to interpretations. Different scenarios, different interpretations. Beyond a reasonable doubt is like the same thing. If there are two reasonable, supported by the evidence interpretations, at the end of this proof, and both are reasonable, the verdict must be not guilty. I ask you to hold the state to that burden of proof. Thank you.
State, you may call your first witness.
State calls Officer Cody Sutton.
Officer Sutton, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Good afternoon. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat, watch your step, and I'll need you to speak up for the benefit of Madam Court Reporter.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
It is Cody Sutton, C-O-D-Y-S-U-T-T-O-N,
And where are you employed?
at Germantown Police Department.
How long have you been at Germantown?
A little over a year
Where were you before then?
at Memphis Police Department.
And how long were you with MPD?
5 years.
And is that where you were employed back in February of 2022?
Yes.
Now, back in February of 2022, where were you assigned?
At Rain Station.
And what shift were you working?
It was Delta shift at that time.
What does that mean?
It's 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. is the hours that we worked.
And what area does Rain Station cover?
Whitehaven and Westwood.
Is that South Memphis?
Yes.
Now, were you familiar with the area of Levi and Sedgwick?
Yes.
Is that located in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee?
Yes.
What are the nearest larger streets?
You got Rains. It's been so long since I've been over there. There's Rains. I think Brooks is one of the other closer ones.
All right.
Otherwise, the court has the witness give his voice up a little bit. I'm having trouble here.
Please approach.
She can speak.
If I can get you to approach, we can address this. I'm sorry, pardon me, sir. For the purposes of the record, I'm going to ask this witness to speak up for the benefit of counsel and as well as those who are joining us. If you, sir, could possibly raise your voice and maybe speak to that officer at the back door.
Yes, ma'am.
And that may help us all, okay? Thank you. I'm sorry, I apologize for the intrusion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Sutton, can you describe the area of Levi and Sedgwick?
The area of Levi and Sedgwick is it's a back 2-lane road. There's no street lights. It's very dark back there. No houses or anything like that.
And when you would patrol that area, was that specific area known to you for a reason?
Yes, ma'am. Very frequently we would find abandoned, stolen cars on that back street.
Now, on the night of February 1st of 2022, were you patrolling in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you arrive on Levi and Sedgwick around 11:15 p.m.?
Objection to meeting.
It doesn't suggest an answer, Judge. You can answer yes or no.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
And what were the conditions that night?
It was cold. It was raining that night.
Did you see anything that drew your attention?
Yes, there was what appeared to be an abandoned vehicle on the side of the road.
Was it parked on the correct side of the road? Was it facing?
No, it was not.
Okay. Can you describe how it was parked?
It was parked on the left-hand side of the road facing the wrong direction.
I'm going to hand you a photograph and see if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the vehicle that I found on the street.
And is that how it appeared to you that night?
Yes.
All right, I would ask that that be the state's first exhibit, Exhibit 1.
Hearing no objection, thank you. And it has not been pre-marked?
It is not, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so Officer Sutton, just to be clear, what are we seeing right here?
That is the vehicle that I located, Levi and Sedgwick, parked on the road facing the wrong direction.
All right. So when you saw that vehicle, what was going through your mind at that point?
I thought it was either someone had left it there, parked it there, broken down, or it might be stolen.
Right. And what did you do?
I had officers go to the registered owner's address to see if they knew the whereabouts of their vehicle, and waited for them to get back with me with that information.
And do you recall the name of the registered owner?
Off the top of my head, no.
And once officers went to that location, did you remain on the scene at Levi and Sedgwick?
Yes,
And did you receive information from those officers?
I did.
And what information did you receive?
They told me that
Objection to hearsay.
Judge, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but to explain what the officer, the next actions that he took as a result of that information.
Your response?
Your Honor, then he can reply to what he did next. We don't need to provide the information that he was given through hearsay statements.
Sustain the objection?
Officer Sutton, once you received that information, what did you do?
I got out and checked the vehicle, and that's when I noticed there was blood on the driver's side door.
And did you continue to investigate?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you find?
I found the victim's body in the ditch next to the vehicle.
Did you also look for a baby?
Yes.
Did you locate a baby?
No.
And did you take that step because of information that you received?
Yes.
Now, when you initially arrived on Levi and Sedgwick and saw the vehicle, did you have body cam on at that time?
Not at first, no.
Once you discovered the body, did you then turn your body cam on?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a flash drive and see if you recognize it.
Yes.
Is that a clip from your body cam from that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the opportunity to review that?
Yes.
And are those your initials on the flash drive?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be the next exhibit, Exhibit 2.
Hearing no objection. And I now have the initial envelope state B. Brandon Isabelle 22-03799 BC 4367 and one initialed red USB marked as Exhibit 2.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so Officer Sutton, what are we seeing here?
That is a vehicle parked on the road. It's raining, it's dark.
And at this point in time, have you called for additional officers?
Yes.
And did you also call for paramedics?
Yes.
Is that protocol in a situation like this?
Yes.
Now, it looks like there are some lights. Where are those lights coming from?
It looks like from the other vehicles that are on the scene.
Are there any street lights on Levi and Sedgwick?
No.
And does this clip just continue to show the scene as you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you some photographs and see if you recognize them. If you would just look at that first photograph, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that a photograph of?
The victim vehicle.
Or I'd ask that that be the next exhibit.
No objection.
States Exhibit number 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And the next photograph.
Also the vehicle.
And can you describe which portion of the vehicle we're seeing?
This is the, looks like the passenger side of the vehicle.
And I'd ask that that be the next state's exhibit, Exhibit 4.
Hearing no objection, mark it as Exhibit 4, passenger view.
And Your Honor, we did review these before the witness began.
Thank you.
And the next photograph.
Also the passenger side, so we have a close-up of the front end of the vehicle, front half of the vehicle.
Ask that that be Exhibit 5. And the next photograph.
The driver's side of the vehicle, the broken front driver's side window.
I'd ask that that be Exhibit 6. And the last photograph.
It's going to be the interior of the front driver's seat, broken glass, blood on the seat.
I'd ask that Would that be Exhibit 7? May I have permission to publish, Your Honor? Go ahead, please. So, Officer Sutton, right here, what are we seeing?
That is the victim's vehicle parked on the left-hand side of the road.
And that was, for the record, Exhibit 3. Now we're looking at Exhibit 4. What are we seeing?
The passenger side of the vehicle.
And does it appear that there's something hanging out of the passenger side?
Yes.
And that is Exhibit 4. Exhibit 5. What are we seeing here?
Also the passenger side of the vehicle, the front half of it.
Was there anything about this side of the vehicle?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And Exhibit 6. What are we seeing here?
That is the driver's side of the vehicle, the broken window.
And Exhibit 7. What is this?
The inside of the front driver's seat, broken glass, and blood on the seat.
I'm going to hand you another flash drive and see if you recognize it.
Yes.
Is that another clip from body cam from the scene?
Yes.
And are you actually visible in that clip?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be Exhibit 8.
Another tiny envelope, body worn camera clip 2 with a blue USB with CS on the back.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish? Go ahead, please. Okay, Officer Sutton, what are we seeing?
That is the vehicle. The victim's body is laying next to the vehicle in the ditch.
And are you actually in this video? Let me rewind a little bit.
Yes.
Is that you that we see approaching?
Yes.
All right. Now, at this point, other officers are arriving, is that correct?
Yes.
And who begins to work the scene? How is that assigned?
First we contact our supervisor, they contact felony response. When they come out, they're the ones that take over the scene from that point.
And can you explain to the jury what felony response is?
Felony response is our bureau. They would come out on any felony cases that we had. They pretty much took over the scene that way.
Are they the after-hours people?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, did Homicide make the scene?
Yes.
And was Crime Scene also out there?
Yes.
So is it fair to say there were several bureaus out there working the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you 2 more photographs. Do you recognize that first photograph?
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
It's a picture of the victim's body.
And is that how it looked when you discovered the body?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be the next exhibit, Exhibit 9. And Officer Sutton, the next photograph, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that a picture of?
It's a picture of the vehicle with the body in the ditch next to it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be that would be the state's exhibit number 10. May I have permission to pose, Your Honor? Go ahead, please. Okay, what are we seeing in this photograph?
That is the victim's body lying in the ditch next to the vehicle.
And that was Exhibit 9. Exhibit 10. What are we seeing in this photograph?
It's a wider view of the victim's body next to the vehicle.
And at that point in time, has anybody moved the body?
No.
The light that we're seeing, where is that coming from?
The vehicles that are on the scene, flashlights.
When you initially pulled up on that vehicle, were you able to see a body?
No.
Now, looking back that evening, did you hear something earlier coming from that area?
I heard gunshots that could possibly have come from that area.
And did you end up remaining at Levi and Sedgwick that night while the investigation was going forward?
Yes.
Pass the witness. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Sutton, this was a very dark area, right?
Yes.
Heavily wooded,
Yes.
a 2-lane road. You indicated that people often would abandon stolen cars.
Right.
Is that area in general a somewhat high crime area?
Yes.
And there were actually several different types of shell casings out on that street,
Correct.
right in the area where this happened. And there are no cameras recording what's going on that part of the street.
No, ma'am.
And the casings that were found, they were of multiple calibers.
Right.
And when you first happened upon the scene, that was the only vehicle there.
Yes.
And Ms. Hoyle was the only person there.
Yes.
Do you recall how many different types of calibers were on the scene?
I don't.
Do you recall it being multiple
Yes.
calibers? And do you recall it being multiple casings?
Yes.
Do you recall at least one of them being a .40 caliber?
I don't recall.
And you had indicated that earlier you had possibly heard gunshots.
Yes.
That was not what drew you to the area though, right?
No.
And when you arrived on the scene, you did not know how long the car had been there?
No.
You did not know how long Ms. Hoyle had been there?
No.
You didn't actually see any of these events unfold?
No.
You don't know what was happening at the time the events unfolded?
No.
And just for clarity, you had said 23:14 on the time, for non-military time speak. That'd be 11:14 p.m., right?
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any redirect from the state?
Just briefly, Officer Sutton, you said that this was a high crime area, is that right?
Yes.
The street signs that we see on Levi and Sedgwick? Is there anything out of the ordinary about those?
There were multiple bullet holes in many of the street signs in that area.
That's all I have, thank you.
May I follow up briefly? Please.
Is this an area where it is uncommon to hear bullet or gunshot?
No.
Is that something that you often hear even in these more secluded areas?
Yes.
Do you drive down Levi and Sedgwick often?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you hear gunfire frequently when you were driving along Levi and Sedgwick?
Usually when I was driving on Levi and Sedgwick, no.
Okay, but in that area?
Yeah.
Okay, you heard gunshots frequently in that area?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you. You may step down. Please call your next witness.
State calls VeSean Cole.
Mr. Cole, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here. Face your honor, raise your right hand.
Pardon me, sir.
No problem.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please watch your step. Have a seat and speak up for the benefit of Madam Court Reporter. Thank you.
Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
VeSean Cole, V as in Victor, I-S-H-A-W-N. Last name is Cole, C-O-L-E.
And where are you employed?
Memphis Fire Department.
How long have you been with the Memphis Fire Department?
17 years.
And what is your position there?
Lieutenant / paramedic.
And did you make a scene at Levi and Sedgwick on February 1st, 2022 into February 2nd of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall, what were you responding to?
If I'm correct, it was a party down.
Now, when you arrived at that location, were police already on the scene?
Yes.
Can you describe the conditions?
It was raining. All you see is police lights, and it was cold that night.
Was it a well-lit area?
No, ma'am.
And describe what you found when you arrived.
Hey, we were told to go and there's a young lady laying in a ditch. We had to assess her.
I'm going to hand you a USB drive and see if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And is that video from the scene?
Yes.
And are you actually in that video?
Yes, I am.
And you had a chance to review it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'd ask that this be the next state's exhibit, Exhibit 11.
Okay, we got a hair clip with the initials of VC, another tiny envelope, State versus Brandon Isabelle. Thank you.
May I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
So what is happening?
We're assessing the patient to see if the patient is alive or not.
And was there anything that you were able to do for the patient at that point?
No, ma'am.
What did you specifically do?
We assessed her, checked her to see if she was breathing or anything, and put some electrodes on her to see if she had any heart activity.
And is that a machine that you have?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
But she was not alive.
Is she being hooked up with the electrodes at this point? Is that what's happening?
We would take them off.
And what was that 1206? What was going on there?
The time of death, we call her, the children out there.
And were you the one that actually pronounced death?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been entered as Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Is that the patient that you went out to assess?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're seeing a little bit of blue here. Looks like on the torso and maybe on the arms.
Yes.
What are those?
Those are called cardiac electrodes.
So you as paramedics to assess her put the electrodes on her?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Go ahead, please.
When you say the time of death was declared at 12:06 a.m., that's the time it was declared, not the actual time of death, right?
Correct, from us.
That's all I have.
Will you redirect?
No.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Please call your next witness.
State calls Mario Foster.
Mr. Foster, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please watch your step and speak up for the benefit of Madam Clerk. Go ahead, please.
Could you please state and spell your name for the jury?
Mario Foster, Mario Foster.
And where are you employed?
Memphis Fire Department.
And what do you do for MOD?
I'm a driver / advanced EMT.
Now, did you respond to a call in late night, February 1st of 2022 to the early morning of February 2nd, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the station you were assigned to at that time?
Station 39 on Elvis Presley and Range Road.
And did you go to a call in the area of Levi and Sedgwick?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also with paramedic VeSean Cole?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the scene when you got there?
We pulled up, police were on scene, dark back road, it was raining, cold that night.
Now, were you the one that was actually assessing the patient?
No, ma'am.
Did you look inside the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you do that?
Being that we didn't have an ID on the patient, I was looking for mail, ID, purse, wallet, anything to identify the patient.
I'm going to hand you a photograph and see if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that a photograph of?
Back seat, diaper bag. Of course, assuming the baby had to be in the back seat of the car.
Speculation.
Give me a second, please. There's been an objection made. Would you like to respond?
Your Honor, we'll move past that.
Thank you.
Judge, we would ask that that picture be Exhibit 12. Your Honor, May I have permission to publish? Go ahead, please. So you looked inside the vehicle to see if you could identify who the patient was, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was the vehicle that you looked into?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are we seeing right here?
Diaper bag, backseat, in the backseat of the car.
And was there a name on the diaper bag?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name?
Kennedy.
Now, when you were on the scene, did you see a baby?
No, ma'am.
Now, later that morning, did you end up at Rains Precinct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you doing there?
So we received a call unrelated to this call. If I remember correctly, it was an altercation between two people, and they called us to assess those patients.
And what happened when you went into Rains Precinct?
So as we were assessing those patients, we saw a lady walk in, and who we later found out was the mom, the young lady who we had just left. And a few moments after she walked in, we just heard a lot of yelling and screaming from her and the family members as she walked in with.
And did you stand by in case any medical needs presented themselves?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the demeanor of that woman?
At the time, she just walked in, just normal. And again, like I said, after she found out, the news, she just broke down, started crying and screaming.
I'll pass the witness.
Go ahead, please.
No questions, Your Honor?
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Please. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right with you. Please come forward. Thank you. Are we ready with the jurors? Did the state have time to speak with your victim witness coordinator?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, she is.
And she addressed those two issues?
Yes.
Thank you. Just a second. Just a second. Court's going to be in a very brief recess.
Court stands in recess.
Sorry about that. I'm back. Jury in the courtroom. So fun fact, you can enter from there. Yeah, you can enter from that side so you don't have to crawl over your fellow jurors. We're not here to make it any more complicated than it has to be, okay? So keep that in mind, all of you. You can go in either side. State of Tennessee, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Sergeant Jeremy Cline.
Sergeant Cline, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Have a seat, watch your step. Sergeant Cline, speak up for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. If you could state your name and spell it for the jury and court reporter.
Sergeant Jeremy Cline, Jeramy, last name Cline.
All right, I see you're carrying a gun. Where do you work?
I work for Memphis Police Department in the Homicide Bureau.
Were you assigned to Homicide back on February 2nd of 2022?
I was.
And do you recall homicide involving Danielle Hoyle and Kennedy?
That's correct.
Did you get assigned some tasks on that particular case?
Yeah, my original task was to meet with April Hoyle at their house and kind of get as much information I can about Danielle's movements. However, when I arrived there, she wasn't there. She had changed locations over to Rain Station Precinct, and that's where I ended up meeting with April Hoyle.
And did you have to deliver the news to her or deliver some bad news to her?
I did. I basically told her that we found her daughter's vehicle and that we had found a female that had been killed outside the vehicle. At that moment, we didn't know if it was Danielle or not, just because the person, the identity hadn't been known to us. But I did inform Miss April that we were investigating a homicide.
Did you also look into an Apple Watch?
I did. At some point in time, we did return back over to April's house where Danielle's Apple Watch was at. April was able to give me the Apple Watch and give me the passcode to the Apple Watch. So we brought it back to the precinct and started going through some of the past messages that was inside the watch.
And you were looking for things relevant to potential homicide or disappearance of a child?
That's correct.
Were you able to find some things that were relevant or a text that was relevant?
I did. I found a text that came in on February the 1st from a contact that was listed by Brandon. In that text, they were talking about the child, Kennedy, is what it seemed like. And Brandon's basically saying that he needed to be a father to his own child and was asking for the Kennedy to be aborted. And this is like a screenshot of a message that she had.
I'm going to pass forward some photographs for the record. This defense has viewed those, and those are kind of in order. You recognize this photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
This is a photograph of the Apple Watch that I looked through.
And there's 3 of them, because we had to take 3 to get the whole message. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, if we could have this marked as the next exhibit, as a collective.
Collective exhibit number 13. And this is 3 photos.
Yeah, if we could
go ahead, please.
Publish those. I'll put the first one up, Sergeant Cline. Make that possible to zoom in on that a little bit. Cline, if you could read this for us.
It says, I can't be a father to the kid right now, Danielle, and I don't want to put you through that. I have to be a father to my first child. I haven't been doing that. I don't want you to go through what you're going through with Dad not being around twice. You deserve better than what I've been doing to you. If you love me like you say you do, then let's end this mistake, Danielle. Let's talk to these doctors tomorrow, and let's both hear them and have them understand where we're coming from. I gotta sit.
And
yeah.
We have the next one here. We can zoom in on that. I think you stopped it. I gotta sit.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now. Like, I gotta sit back and find myself with no distractions. Like, for real. I gotta find me.
And the third, if you can just go to the third one, I think it has. There we go.
Yeah, it says, Brandon, bye. Just stop texting me and go about your business. I don't need you and talking to them. They still not going to do it. I'm going on 5 months now.
All right. And Sergeant Cline, was that the only things that you could find that were relevant within the Apple Watch?
Yes, sir.
Did you consider or think about trying to download or dump the entirety of the watch?
At the time, Memphis Police Department did not possess the technology to be actually able to extract the messages from the watch the way we had, and I don't think we were in possession of Danielle's phone.
All right. And is that everything that you did with respect to this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Cline. What was the date on that text of the watch?
So it was a snapshot when it was retransmitted. I'm not sure to who or from, but when it was retransmitted, the date of the transmission was February 1st, 2022.
That wasn't the date that it originated, was it?
That I won't know when it actually originated.
Let me, I'm confused. The 2/1/22, was that on the watch?
That was the day that the transmission of that snapshot was sent. So basically, the way it works is this was a screenshot of a text message between Brandon and who I'm assuming would be Danielle. From that text message, it was retransmitted to whom, I don't know, but it's retransmitted on the 1st, showing that mark, that conversation.
So we wouldn't know when that first text message came in. You don't have any evidence of when that first text message.
Reading the text message, I would imagine about 5 months along. Danielle was pregnant about 5 months along.
That would be your correct milestone, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Okay, that's, and also, you were involved with Artisha as well, Artisha Stewart?
I don't recall. I might have been, but I don't recall.
Did you help with the interrogation of Artisha Stewart?
At this time, if I did, I took notes. I don't have those notes in front of me, and I do not recall.
The case coordinator here, that wasn't you, was it?
That was not me. Yes,
That was Jacoba Boyd?
that is correct.
And would you tell the jury, please, what a case coordinator is? What do they do?
Basically, case coordinator, or what we also refer to as lead investigator, he is the person who is in charge to make sure certain tasks are done within the case. He will assign people to do things for the case, or he himself has to ensure that they get done, such as search warrants, supplements, basically keeping the notes of the case and to make sure that it is moving forward and that we're progressing to make charging the suspect in the crime.
So he's kind of up here, and the people he's giving things to do are down below him, and he's giving them tasks.
Well, yes, sir. In a sense, yes, sir.
And those people that he gives tasks oftentimes write reports and send them to him.
That is correct.
And he makes decisions based on that.
Correct.
Okay. No other questions, thank you, sir.
Any redirect from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. That's all that you have for today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our business for today. You have plans, and I have to get you out of here. Again, you are not to discuss anything you think you may know. I can assure you you don't. You are not to do any independent research. You may talk freely about anything else except what has happened here today with anyone at any time until I give you instructions to do so. Are we all clear? Yes. I'll see you in the morning. Get some rest. Don't overdo it tonight with the food and the snacks. Leave your notebooks here. We'll take care of it.
Excuse me, your notebooks in the chair, watch your step, and you step down.
Have a great night. Get some rest. Thank you. And y'all still didn't go out on the other side. It's fine. It's fine.
Upset his routine.
Right here. I'm giving you options. Good night.
He's making sure everybody's okay.
He's our team leader. All right, so it is now 3:31. We will adjourn here shortly. What time do you want to pick up in the morning? What time do you have your fifth witness ready to come in? Mr. Christensen, Mr. Steele, Ms. Carlyn?
I think ideally for us, I know that I was talking with Ms. Fuchs.
You all may be seated while we
maybe,
discuss this.
You know, I think we can get a lot of proof on tomorrow. Maybe 8 witnesses or so, maybe possibly up to Sergeant Wimbush. I think if we could start at 10 o'clock, that would be ideal for us.
That's late.
Whatever the court wants to we'll start.
I'm thinking we start at 9. We have a lot to go. We have 4 witnesses down, at least
9 o'clock's fine, Judge.
27. No one else has any other courtroom business anywhere, do they? We could be here at 9. Can we have the jurors here at 9? Wait. What's on the docket? 0 on the docket. We start at 9. Adjourn, please.
All rise. This court is now adjourned to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for trial.